Really? Yeah. Seriously? I was the only one that I went through.
Let's call the meeting to order for 01. And please call roll.
Matthew Kate, absent. Lila LaHood.
Here.
Josh Wolf, absent. Rishi Chopra, absent. Luam Tesfaye.
Here.
Chair Wolf.
Here.
Rodman Martin.
Here.
Frank Canada.
Here.
Vice Chair Hyland.
Here.
Matthew Yankee.
Here.
Fiona Hensey.
Here. Thank you.
We have a quorum. Agenda
Okay.
change.
I think I got a notice from Josh Wolf that he was going to be
He's going to be late, yes.
He's going to be late. Okay.
He said he was going to be late.
Good. Just want to note that. Okay. Let's see here. Let's call the next item. Well, agenda.
Agenda changes.
Any agenda changes?
No, no changes on the agenda, but I'll bring it up at the particular matter. Yeah, no agenda changes.
Okay. Members, any adjustments to the agenda? Okay, seeing none, let's move to the next item.
Item number 2, approval of minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force May 1, 2019 meeting.
I had one correction. Item number 7, you have member Tesfaye listed twice. And I think member Kate's missing in the vote.
Number 7. Thank you very much.
Any other changes or adjustments to the agenda? We'll take that as a simple typo. It's nothing substantive. Okay, any public comment on the agenda? I mean, on the minutes? I'm sorry, do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Sure, second.
Moved by member Yankee, second by member Kanata. Now, any public comment on the minutes? Seeing none, can we take that by acclamation? Okay, no objections. Item is approved. Let's call the next item.
Item number 3, City Administrator's Office to report on the preparation of index of records. We have, I can't pronounce your name, Joan
Lubomirsky.
Great. Thank you for attending.
Of course.
Really appreciate it. It's a kind of a momentous, if it all comes out to be the as fully completed, then it's kind of momentous because it's a milestone in almost 20 years for the Sunshine Ordinance. So,
Yes.
I do want to say that, excuse me for interrupting, Jennifer Johnston sent me a city administrator memo this morning, which I brought copies for everybody to review.
okay, great. Go ahead.
As summarized in the memo that you'll be seeing right there, the index to records was completed in 2005. For several years before that, a member of our staff attended and updated the task force on new schedules that were posted and as they came along. And then in 2005, she was thanked for her work. I went back and saw the minutes, and I was in touch with her as well. So that was confirmed. What's happened since then is that departments periodically update their schedules. And when they send us one, we post it.
Great. So did we get I was here in 2005.
Mm-hmm. Oh, then you would have known Jill Lerner.
Yeah, but I don't recall that we had gotten any notification that that the index of records was completed. What we did notice at the time was that there were some areas of certain websites that had like the index posted on the website, but empty. There was nothing there.
Well, the index is posted now on the city administrator website.
Right, because it's now the compendium of all departments. I get that. And that's kind of part of that update. This update was because that was not in existence then.
Oh,
So so that's why I had asked, because I want to just formally, because I don't think it was kind of formally noted as it being completed, and that the task force had an opportunity to make that recognition so that we can cross that item
course.
off our, follow me?
course.
Okay, great. And if it turns out that we're repeating history, then so be it. But I think
not a problem.
it's worth the review again, because the city's website has changed.
and it's
over the
changing
years.
again.
It's going to change again, right, exactly. So we'll hope for an update when it changes again, if there's any changes
Well,
in the index of records.
The changes to the index of records will be when a new department updates their schedule, and that happens when they send it to us and we post it.
Okay, great. But as far as the overall structure and platform and framework, that kind
Right.
of thing. Okay, great. Okay. Any questions on this? Okay, any public comment on this? Seeing none. I just want to say this is the reason why this is an important activity is because it really is the solution for reducing sunshine requests. When the public has the ability to access the information, as much of it as possible online, they could self-access it, and then when they drill down into something more detailed that you would have to contact somebody for, that's where it makes this whole thing work.
And
so,
it is periodically updated as a department has a new coordinator, and we post that name and phone number. So it is organic, but it is complete.
it's a living, breathing
Exactly.
thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
I get that. Okay, very good. Okay, I think it'd be worthwhile a motion to, make the recognition and confirm and affirm that it's been done and completed, and as per the instructions of the Sunshine Ordinance, and we make that formal.
I'll move that motion.
I'll second.
So moved by Vice Chair Hyland, second by Member LaHood. Is there any public comment on the motion? Seeing none. Does anybody want to vote, or do you want to do it by acclamation? By acclamation. Sure. Okay. So can we move this by acclamation? Seeing no objections? Item is
Thank you very
approved.
much.
Thank you very much
Thank
for
you,
your
Joe.
time and to show up. Appreciate it.
I don't see that Mr. Tedesi's here. Would you like to call this at the end of the hearing?
Let's see here.
Andrea?
Very few people here.
City Attorney's Office is here. And I understand you had a time commitment?
Okay, so let's, you have to leave by 5:15. Okay, so let's hate to use the word table, but let's table this item until,
4 or 5.
yeah, I mean,
Were you informed at all that Mr. Tedeschi intended to come today?
Yeah. Yes, I spoke to him yesterday, and I gave him a copy of his packet item, and he explained to me that he intended to be here.
all right, so let's give it till 4:45. And then we'll pick it up from the table then and see what happens. Okay? Does that sound okay to everybody? All right. Is there any, do we have to take a formal motion on that? Is there any members of the public have any objections to that? Okay, all right, so we're just going to move this, we're just going to move on to our next item. We'll come back to item number 4 at 4:45. Okay, let's call the next item.
Item number 5, file number 18059, complaint filed by William J. Clark against the Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6716 by failing to make meeting minutes available in a timely manner. He's specifically talking about the June 5th, 2018 Advisory Committee of Street Artists and Crafts Examiners. Mr. Clark called me yesterday and said that he had a terrible fall and was unable to move, and talking was very, very trying for him, and he said he couldn't appear, but to go ahead with the hearing without him.
Okay.
The Arts Commission did provide a memo, but it was late. However, I have made copies for everyone in case you'd like to review it now.
Yeah.
It's up to you to whether to accept it or not.
Okay. So this is a continued item. We had asked the city, our legal counsel, the city attorney's office, to provide us with a interpretation or some guidance with regards to this particular body as to whether it was advisory or whether it was a policy body. And that got sent around, and it is in the agenda. And so we'll just let's just pick it up from there, since we've heard all the testimony. And I think we were I don't recall where we were at. Were we at before rebuttals or after rebuttals?
I think we were just before rebuttals, as I recall.
Before rebuttals, okay.
Through the chair, I'm just wondering if we should accept the memo because he's not here to read it and to weigh in on it and to do rebuttals. I mean, we could, or we could just proceed with the information we have from our city attorney and go from that point.
The Arts
Your
Commission
choice.
memo is from Margaret Baumgartner, who's a DCA. She wrote it on behalf of the Arts Commission, but like I said, I got it the day before I published the agenda, so I couldn't include it in the packet. It was late.
The day before or the day after?
The day before publishing an agenda.
So isn't that 5 days?
So isn't that
Well,
on
I asked
time?
everybody to get things to me on Wednesday so that I could put the packets together on Thursday and publish them on Friday.
So they arrived on Thursday, and they need to be in 5 days?
Yeah, 5 days, but I had set a different deadline so that I could prepare the packets accordingly. And everybody got it in. But Margaret Baumgartner's memo is dated May 30th, which is the Thursday,
So normally that would be okay, wouldn't it?
typically, I guess. Okay.
Well, our complaint procedure
That's what I'm getting
says
at.
five working days prior to the hearing date
Prior to, that's 4 prior, isn't it? Thursday, Friday.
to ensure that the task force is able to review documentation prior to the meeting. It is requested that supporting documentation be provided at least 5 working days prior to the hearing date to both the task force and the opposing party.
So I'm just rethinking my position. I think because we have a piece from our DCA, I think it would be useful to review this other piece.
It's I'm leaving it up to you guys to decide that.
I'll make a motion to accept.
To accept? Okay.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
So moved by Vice Chair Highland, second by Member Rodman. Is there any discussion on accepting this document? Seeing none, is any public comment regarding the acceptance of this document? Seeing, yes.
I mean, my thought would be that the respondent would need to have an opportunity to say something about the late filing of the document. If I were them, I would say I haven't had a chance to review this document
That's
and
the
provide
problem.
a response.
Yeah, the due process is worrying me a little bit just because he's not here, although he said to go ahead, and then something came in after the wire That's what I'm struggling with. a little bit.
But something came in after, but he was also prepared to let things continue even though he wasn't going to be here. So how is that so different than someone who he hasn't heard speak coming
Right.
in
And
to
then
speak?
rather than continuing, I think what came in is exactly relevant to what we're reviewing anyway from our DCA. So that's why I made the motion.
Well, we have kind of a balancing test for that it leans towards the public interest, with regards to transparency and all that. So I would just keep in mind that if you find that there's something so substantive that gives you cause to think that we should continue because the other party should know this, I would keep that in mind. You take it from there. I mean, this is process, so
I'm comfortable with that.
we'll see what happens after we receive it. Okay, can we take that by acclamation? Seeing no objection? Okay. All right, so let's pass that around. Obviously, we're going to need a little time to read this.
And the memo from our DCA is dated May 22nd, if you want to check your records for that document.
Recognize member Josh Wolf at 4:18. No, the memo from our legal counsel came in April 15th.
Excuse me, could we have one more copy for
It came-
Member Wolf?
Oh,
But it dropped in my email box on the 22nd.
Oh, on the 22nd.
Yeah, it's dated the 15th. You're right. Read them side by side.
Yeah. So for member Josh Wolf's edification, we just started this case. The clerk, William Clark, wasn't able to be here, but had instructed us to move along without him. We just approved to accept a late document from the Arts Commission, which is what just got handed out, and I just opened it up by stating this is a continued item. We're picking it up at the point of questions and clarification before rebuttals, and you should note the memorandum regarding this case in the agenda that came from our legal counsel that got sent around separately also.
Great. I just have one real quick question. So this document says privileged and confidential, but it is a public document at the point that it was submitted to us, correct? We didn't admit it under some sort of confidential.
No, this is from the Arts Commission, so they've released it as being
Thanks.
public. Yeah. So we're just reviewing it now because it's the first time we've seen it. In the packet, so it starts on page.
Public two, okay.
Yeah, 107. Yeah, so for the public's edification, the memo from our legal counsel is on page 107. DCA Thoreen, are you, have you familiarized yourself enough with this to be able to answer questions if we have them? Okay, thanks. The response was he can try. He will try.
Seems to me, just at first reading, and I'm not a lawyer, and the lawyers are probably reading it more accurately, but it seems like they're both kind of driving at the same point, but focusing on different parts of the statute. 673 versus 6716. That was my first take. Does everyone agree with that? 673 is what our DCA's memo focuses on, and the Ms. Baumgartner's is 6716.
67.3 is definitions. It's just in the pure definition.
Right.
Once you've defined what the body is, then you can apply the entire ordinance at that
But
point.
The opinion that was just handed to us states that this is a policy body, but they state that that is not criteria for keeping minutes.
Right, it's not in the charter, is the distinction they're making.
Right.
The distinction they're making is about being in the charter or not.
Right.
So it's minutes versus creating a recording, a record, excuse me, not a recording, a record
Correct.
versus the requirement to provide minutes.
But hasn't this body in the past ruled that policy bodies had to have minutes?
It has. What I'm a little concerned about, see, the thing, when you read on page, I guess it's page 3 of the Arts Commission's legal advice, if you read under number 3, which is bolded there, it talks about the charter section, and then it talks about the Brown Act. But what it doesn't talk about is the Sunshine Ordinance. And the Sunshine Ordinance, because it's given this kind of unusual privilege to enhance, to provide more transparency and expediency of either the Brown Act or the California Public Records Act, it actually applies. You can't discount or diminish the ordinance rules from the Brown Act rules. It's in addition to the Brown Act.
But where in the ordinance does it say that a policy body must keep minutes?
So if you look under 6716, under which is minutes, and I'll read it because it might be helpful. The clerk or secretary of each board and commission enumerated in the charter shall record the minutes for each regular and special meeting of the board or the commission. And it goes on to state what the minutes what should be in the minutes.
But it doesn't say that a policy body has to be a body that's, well, the definition of a policy body doesn't fit in here. They never say that policy bodies have to keep minutes. They're saying that it has to be in the charter.
Right. So here under minutes, so it's an interesting omission in a way, that under minutes, it states boards and commissions enumerated in the charter. If you look at the very next section, which is 6717, just for comparison, the heading for that section is public comment by members of policy bodies. So the framers had some intent going on there, okay? The question is what is required? Is there a requirement for everything other than that? So that's some guidance right there. And then the question is under the charter. So they said 4104A3. For executive branch, 41043
What charter is
is the San Francisco Charter. That's boards and commissions, rules and regulations. A3 says keep a record. It says unless otherwise provided in this charter, each appointed board, commission, or other unit of government of the executive branch of the city and county shall keep a record of the proceedings of each record or special meeting. Such record shall indicate how each member voted on each question. These records, except as may be limited by state law or ordinance, shall be available for public inspection. This is not Sunshine. This is the San Francisco Charter, section 4.104, boards and commissions, rules and regulations. And it's section paragraph A, subparagraph 3.
If you look at page 7 of Baumgartner's memo at the bottom, they make that point that the language policy bodies is not in section 6716. Central and recurring feature of the ordinance is that it imposes greater duties on charter bodies than on non-charter bodies. So they're drawing that distinction that the wording was left out. So was it in the spirit of what was left out? Do we go, or you think that was left out on purpose?
Don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to, it's, and help me, some of the attorneys on here and others, it's hard to think that the framers would mention policy bodies in various sections and then in others be very specific about boards and commissions.
Unless they said somewhere earlier that a policy body is part of a charter board or commission. Is that in there anywhere? Is it, they've already included it and therefore they don't mention it again?
The definition of policy body doesn't mention, I mean, it just says
Yeah.
the Board of Supervisors, any other board or commission enumerated in the charter, any board, commission, committee, or other body created by ordinance, which this was, but according to 6716, it has to be enumerated in the charter, not created by ordinance, so.
Right.
Seems like it falls outside of it.
Yeah, it does seem that way. And in 67.3D7, any advisory board, commission, committee, or council created by federal, state, or local grant whose member, I mean, it very specifically lays out different types
Right.
of bodies. So, interesting. Yes, Member Josh Wolf.
6714B gets even more interesting because it requires each board and commission enumerated in the charter to record, but then on the next mention it says any other policy body that does record has to make that record available. So it actually kind of spells out that boards and commissions that, or I'm sorry, policy bodies that are not boards and commissions enumerated in the charter aren't explicitly required in this section, but if they do, they're required to be public records if they're made at the direction of the policy body.
That's a very good find. Everybody keep a note on that one.
That's covered on page 4 of their memo.
Yeah. Ms. Patterson? Since you're here, I'd like to ask you a question. Are there any, where do these meetings get held?
They're held in the community room at the at the Veterans Building, which is where our main offices are.
Is that the same room that the commission has its hearings?
Yes, it is.
And are there audio, video set up there?
To record audio, you mean?
Well, I mean, does the public have an opportunity to observe through electronic means the commission meetings?
Mm-mm.
So they're not publicized. They're not.
SFGov TV
Play-
doesn't. Yeah, no.
They don't. Okay.
No.
But are there? So there's no cameras there
Nope.
or anything. There isn't. Okay.
No.
Great. And are these committee meetings for this particular body? Are they recorded? Audio recorded?
I don't think that they are. But I know that we do keep minutes, or not minutes, but we do, per this memo, we do keep a record of what transpired in terms of what the votes were and who made the votes, et cetera.
Okay.
And I'm confused. Well, I think, this complaint originated because we were supposedly late in providing minutes. It was one day past the 10-day deadline. So really this for us is, we're not beholden. I mean, according to this, we're not beholden to that 10-day window.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Sorry.
Well, I guess I have a question about consistency of the 10-day window in the memo that you provided, because here it explains that you would have to have the record, not the minutes, but a record posted within 48 hours.
Of its completion.
So then tell me more about the 10 days that you're referring to.
So the reason why this complaint came before, if I recall correctly, and please correct me if I'm incorrect, but I recall that the initial complaint was made because we were supposedly late in providing the record of the meeting. It was past the 10-day period, which is when the majority of our committee meeting minutes, the ones that are policy bodies, that are, subcommittees of the Arts Commission minutes, are made public on our website, for example, or on the city's website. So we are not, according to this and according to our practice, we were not, we believe that we were not beholden to that 10-day window for the rationale laid out in this.
Well, I mean, here it's explained that it needs to be posted within 48 hours. I don't know how you're reconciling getting it.
It says
done.
48 hours after the completion of the record. So the record could take us 30 days to finish, conceivably. And then if it's finished after 30 days, we'd have 48 hours to then post it.
Okay, because here it says that the record is 3 things. It's each substantive decision that was voted on. The
Can
name
you show
of
me
each
what
substantive,
page? Sorry.
I'm on the first page.
Okay.
And under the summary, it says the record
Yep.
must include each substantive decision of the committee.
Yes, we
the
do
vote
that.
of each of the members, and
Yep.
the date at which the meeting, when the decision took place. I don't understand how it would take a record 30 days to create
Well,
write
just-
these 3 things down.
Well, just in the way that at our subcommittee, irregular subcommittee meetings occur, that, the person who's recording what transpires at the meeting has a draft of those minutes and then fine tunes them over a period of time, whether it be listening to audio or whatnot, and then has 10 days to provide a final version of that draft.
Well, there's a difference
that
between
record.
So this record needs to be up in 48 hours. The finalized draft is a different thing, which is on the second paragraph on page 2.
That's
which
not how I
there's-
interpret it.
Okay, well, where are you getting 10 days from on this document?
I'm not saying 10 days. All I am saying is that my understanding of the initial complaint, which has us evaluating this, was because the complaint was lodged against us because we had exceeded 10 days in providing
Right.
a record.
Let's just recap. The original complaint was on 6/22/18, and this is the complainant. After I requested the draft minutes of the 6/5/18 meeting, the June 5th, 18 meeting of the Advisory Committee of Street Artists and Crafts Examiners, the Arts Commission failed to provide me with the draft minutes more than 10 working days after the meeting.
So that's 2 different things. So the 10 days is for a response to a request for records.
Right.
But within that, if this wasn't posted at all,
Right.
wasn't posted at all, then that's a different thing. So you have a delay in responding to a request, but using 10 days as your criteria for when you're going to post those minutes is incorrect.
I see
according
your point.
to your own memo.
Yes, you're
Okay.
correct. Yes, thank you. But again, according to this, it's 48 hours after the completion of the document, not within 48 hours.
Yeah. So through the chair, it's the semantics of the sentence. It's that must proceedings on the departmental website within 48 hours of finalizing the record.
So yes, we were late in responding to the request because the record wasn't final after 10 days. Does that make sense?
It makes sense semantically, but again, for the final record requiring 3 pieces of information, taking, as you said, sometimes a month to finalize, it seems.
That was just an example, but I'm just saying that the record was not fully completed post 10 days of the meeting. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that as I follow along.
In section 6716, it says draft minutes shall be available for inspection and copying upon request no later than 10 working days after the meeting. So by 6/25.
But that's for bodies that are enumerated in the charter.
Right.
Right.
We're back
so,
to that.
I mean, we're in this
So the
twilight zone here in the middle.
Ms. Patterson, can you explain where the 48 hours comes from?
Sorry, I have to find it in this document. Okay.
No, I know, but that's just she's just making a statement.
Right, but she wants to know where the document.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
I want to
no,
know where it
so-
says in the law that.
So
it's 40
on page 2 of the memo,
Yeah.
the committee or its secretary at the very top must post the record of the committee's proceedings on the departmental website within 48 hours of finalizing the record.
Right,
That's
so
what
he
I'm-
was saying that's the summary of the document, but in the discussion portion where they apply the rule to the facts, that's where
that's going to take me a minute to.
So,
look as well, of course.
Chair, I have a. So, when you were describing the process of finalizing the record, you gave the example of reviewing audio of the meeting. So, are there audio recordings of the meeting?
I believe there are not. No, I don't think so. Not of the Street Artist Advisory Committee, no.
So that was essentially just
Give another copy.
a potential example that doesn't
A
actually
potential
apply.
example. I was referring to our normal, for the subcommittees of the Arts Commission, which are different from this committee because those are subcommittees of the full Arts Commission. We do audio record those subcommittee those subcommittee meetings.
Mm-hmm.
And from that, we would further flesh out the draft of the note taker, the secretaries.
But those subcommittee audio recordings would be available through a
Yes.
records request?
Yes.
Great, thanks.
And we post those on our website or on the city's website.
Great, thanks.
I just want to recognize Member Kate at 422. If we all look at page 4 of Ms. Baumgartner's, or the Arts Commission's memo, number 6 at the bottom, she notates that in section 6729-2 of the Sunshine Ordinance, requires each department to post on its website, quote, minutes of meetings as soon as possible, but in any event within 48 hours after they have been approved.
Badly written.
Yes, so in the ordinance itself, minutes of meetings shall be posted as soon as possible, but in any event within 48 hours after they have been approved.
But that's separate from the draft, which must be prepared within 10 days of the meeting, correct?
Well, where's, no, the 10-day part is, all right, let's try to keep all this straight here. The 10-day part is for the time, is from the complainant. That the complainant didn't receive. That's the first 10. There's one 10-day part where they made a request, they didn't get any response, they didn't get the records within the 10-day period.
Yeah.
So there's that. There's that part.
And then under section 716, it's the 10 days after.
Yeah, but 67, we have to first. We will have to first determine whether 6716 applies or not.
Okay.
Okay.
And then just to finish, I'm reading 6729 as that's under the World Wide Web initiative. So I'm reading that as maybe 48 hours after approval for the web release, which, remember, this document was written 20 years ago. So I'm not.
No,
because that's
not what it means. No, it's very plain. Minutes of the meeting shall be posted as soon as possible, but in any event within 48 hours after they've been approved. That assumes that the body approved it.
Through the chair, we're gonna lose the city attorney.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
At 5:15. So.
Right. So.
So that's active for come back and we vote on accepting the minutes and then 48 hours. Got you.
All right. So.
I get it.
See which it. I guess if we can hold where we are in this item to take care of a procedural matter. Just to recap for everybody, item number 4, which was file number 18010. Oh, Mr. Dessa is here.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay. Okay. Great. So, all right. So, all right. How should we proceed on this? Because
should we at least get a conclusion on? I don't know if we're there yet on what this or do we need to flesh it out a little bit more, or do we just pause it? I think we just pause it. I think we're kind of getting into the meat of it.
Yeah. Do you want to pause this and move to the other item? Take the other item. So let's. Yes. So then, I'll need a motion to table this item.
Motion to table.
And give it a time certain, kind of not time certain, but like after
public comment.
Item number, well, be after item number 4.
After Mr. Tedeschi's.
Yeah. But we'll have to take public comment because it's as
Right.
soon as close to.
Yeah.
So it'll be after public comment.
Yeah. I'll make a motion to table this till after public comment.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on the matter? Any public comment on the matter? Seeing no public comment, can we take that by acclamation? It's procedural, it's not substantive. Okay. Item is proof. Okay, so now we're going back to item number 4.
Right.
Read it again.
Please.
Item,
And I apologize, Ms. Patterson, but here, this is where we are.
Yeah.
Yes, if you don't mind.
Item number 4, file number 18010, complaint filed by Denta Tedeschi against the Office of the City Attorney for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Chapter 67, regarding violation of the rights to privacy. This matter was heard before client compliance and amendments. Maybe Frank can really.
Yeah, so, so this is a matter of, we discussed and we didn't come to any conclusion about jurisdiction. What this is about is, the complaint is that the city attorney's office gave information about a meeting, an SFMTA meeting regarding Mr. Tedeschi to Mr. Tedeschi's building manager in an open envelope. And Mr. Tedeschi's claiming that this has violated his rights of privacy.
Okay.
And this is the first time we're hearing this? This sounds familiar.
As far as I remember, I think there was another case that already has been resolved by this, and I believe that case, it was determined that there was no jurisdiction.
Okay.
That would be the Denton Tedeschi versus George Cothran and Robin Wrightsy's file number 17057. Is that the one?
I
you're
believe
referring
so, yeah.
That sounds right.
I have extra copies of the order determination if anybody needs them. You do?
Sure. Take one. The old one, right? Thanks.
Yeah, sure, I'll take one. Thank you.
That's right. Through the chair, just a question for Member Cañada. So you guys determined this was not duplicative, and you're
We didn't, I don't even think we
got that far? Okay.
we went if it was duplicative or not. That the city attorney's office, I believe, Mr. Cote, I believe, was saying that it was the same issue.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right.
But either way, it has to come up here for a decision.
Mm-hmm. I guess jurisdiction's our first decision, right?
Right. Yeah, since the committee didn't find jurisdiction, it falls upon us to do so. So is there a motion to find jurisdiction? I'll move to find jurisdiction. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's moved by Chair Wolf, second by Member Yankee. I'm finding that there's compelling, just in Mr. Tedeschi's letter of May 29th on page 28, I find that there's compelling reason there, as he cites the Sunshine Ordinance, to at least give it a hearing, and because what he's stating there actually is applicable, and it would be up to the city or the department to cite how and why that information was released under the rules of Sunshine. It's their burden. I'm sorry, Member Josh Wolf.
I'm not sure I'm completely following. I'm curious if there's any element of the Sunshine Ordinance or the Brown Act or the California Public Records Act that speaks to protecting privacy in the affirmative. I'm just sort of having a hard time seeing how there is that jurisdiction.
So I'm seeing it in the relevance of that under 6724B2, that city departments are to keep certain documents confidential if they pertain to litigation. And the documents that were delivered, according to Mr. Tedeschi, which is what we will be hearing, we will have as part of our discoveries to determine whether those documents were in fact part of litigation. He's making that claim. That's the complaint he's bringing forward. And I think he's due that process for us to make that determination. That's what we're here for.
And you cited 6424?
6724B2. And it's under, the heading is Disclosure of Closed Session Discussions and Actions, and B2 is, talks about litigation.
6720.
6724. I'm sorry. 67, I'm sorry, I was looking at 6712, which was another point that he makes. 6724B was also litigation material. So under B2, it states, unless otherwise privileged under California law, when litigation is finally adjudicated or otherwise settled, records of all communications between the department and the adverse parties shall be subject to disclosure, including the text and terms of any settlement. I don't know if that's what happened or not, but I'd like to know that.
But are you making the argument that that if the litigation has not been adjudicated or otherwise settled, then records of all communications between the department and the adverse party shall not be subject to disclosure?
That's right.
Because it might affect the...
No, I understand the argument. I'm just trying to parse whether...
The question is was the litigation finally adjudicated or otherwise settled?
Right, well, but I'm at the step before that where even if it isn't adjudicated and otherwise settled, does that actually mean that they're not subject to disclosure? Like, because
That's right. They're not subject to disclosure, which means that his complaint is they were delivered to somebody.
But the actual language of this line is speaking to say that at the point that it is settled, then they are subject to disclosure, which means that if you withheld them after that point, it would violate this. I'm not sure that it makes sense to follow from that if they haven't been finally adjudicated and you do disclose them, that is a violation of what this is saying. Like, this isn't speaking to premature disclosure. It's speaking to them needing to be disclosed at the point that it's completed.
Right. So I'm interested to hear what Mr. Tedes's reasoning is on this and how he presents it. I'm not interested. I'm only asking for jurisdiction so that we can hear that, and then we can make a determination later if there was a violation or not.
I understand that. My concern is that essentially the matter pertains to protecting information.
No, the matter is whether the information was public records in the possession of the city, and whether they handled those records properly or not under the Sunshine Ordinance.
I don't understand.
It's a public record. Whatever was delivered is from the MTA. So it's a public record. Was that record handled properly under the ordinance? As far as whether it was properly released or not. That's the question before us.
So
that's a question that would be before us.
Okay, I see this a little differently, but it seems to me that in essence what's before us is whether or not a document that the claimant has made a very strong argument should not have been handed over in a manner that their landlord could have seen it, and that there could be, ethical violations. Like, I feel like this is we're the wrong venue to hear this, and that we're basically talking about a matter of taking city documents and saying these should not be handed to a member of the public. Or
are not all city documents public documents? Are they not all owned by the people?
Yeah, I don't go on.
So the Sunshine Ordinance is meant to apply to all documents and information that is owned by the people, that's in the city's possession. So any application, any use of those documents falls under the Sunshine Ordinance. If they're in possession of anybody who's in possession of the documents, just as basic. Doesn't matter what document it is, any document. So if it's protected under some, under the provisions that are applicable either under CPRA, state law, federal law, or the Sunshine Ordinance, then that's up for the respondent to provide to us to say, we're not either, if it's in the point of not releasing records, then we're not releasing it because of these provisions. But what about the converse of that? When they release information that goes counter to what the ordinance says that should be withheld?
Yeah, I understand where you're going with that. I think I've shared where I'm coming from, and so I'm happy to move forward with the motion at this point.
Okay. Is there any other discussion? Member LaHood.
Yeah, I have a question. I understand when the city is not compelled to disclose something because of litigation, but isn't the city allowed to disclose something? Isn't it the city's right not to keep something, not to reserve a document?
It depends. If somebody released them incorrectly or against another a supervisor or against another law's provision for doing so, that could be considered a violation. For the purpose of jurisdiction only, because now we're getting into the meat, for the purpose of this only, of jurisdiction, the information, according to Mr. Tedessa, the information that was delivered was a public document. It was from the city, in the possession of the city. So that automatically puts it in our court. And then it's up for us to decide whether whatever transpired thereafter was in violation of the ordinance or not. But there's no doubt, in my mind, there's no doubt this information that was in the hands of a city employee in the possession, that person was a custodian of a public record, period. And so just on basic jurisdiction alone, that's why I'm making this motion to find jurisdiction.
So is it that...
Hold on, Member Kate, and then Member Kanata.
I get what you're saying about the difference between the jurisdiction and the substance. Sorry. I'm looking at 6721E, which talks about the task force responsibility to determine whether a record is public. Mm-hmm. And as I'm reading E, subsection E or paragraph E right now, it requires us to make a determination of basically jurisdiction.
Right.
If the custodian refuses, fails to comply, or incompletely complies with the request. In this situation, as I understand it from the complaint, we don't have a request. We've got a release that was made outside of a request. And so I don't know that if under 6721E, if our job is to try to determine kind of a jurisdictional, this record is public, this record's not public. As I read E, that question arises only whenever there's a request and a response, and whether it's an issue of compliance or inability to comply completely, that's a whole other separate kind of universe than I think what we have with this particular complaint. And so, I mean, I definitely understand and appreciate the distinction between the merits of whether or not the ordinance was violated by this disclosure, compared to whether we have jurisdiction to hear it. But I think under 6721E, at least of the way this particular framework is set up in that provision, that the jurisdictional question doesn't even come up because we don't have a request.
Because the complainant didn't make a request to the city.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, we don't know that. We don't know this wasn't.
Hold on. Let's not get into the meat. We're only talking about jurisdiction. So Member Kanata is next.
I was just going to the way you phrased it, to find jurisdiction. We have to determine if there is or not, right?
Right.
That's the purpose
right.
of here. And again, that determination, according to your argument, would be made dependent on what type of information was handed over.
If I consider all documents to be public
Right.
documents blindly,
Right.
okay? After finding, as far as that, that's the way I see it. As far as, and whether we determine whether it's, the complaint is applicable to the Sunshine Ordinance would then be a determination of whether there's a violation or not. That's the way I tend to go about it. Member Josh Wolf.
So I've just been sitting thinking about this for a second, and my reason that I'm uncomfortable finding jurisdiction is that although this isn't the case with the complaint that's before us, if we say that protecting the integrity of documents from being put in the wrong hands, we would be opening the door to whistleblowers being found in violation of the Sunshine Ordinance for releasing documents to the public. And that even though there's no reason to think that the committee or the task force as a whole would find a violation there, the fact that we're opening the door to find a jurisdiction in that claim, I don't see anything to support this process in the existing Sunshine Ordinance or the state laws. And it seems problematic to move forward in that way.
Through the chair.
Vice Chair.
Let me just read you our city attorney's advice on the jurisdiction, and this I think summarizes it nicely.
This is from
This is
from this case or from the prior one?
No, from this case.
This case.
Dated March 21st by Nick Cola. And CAO's department under the ordinance. The task force generally has jurisdiction to hear a complaint of a violation of the ordinance against CAO, City Attorney's Office. CAO has contested jurisdiction on the basis that allegations do not fall within a category for which a task force has the authority to grant relief. However, in order to determine if a task force has jurisdiction of the subject matter at hand, it may need to hear some of the factual allegations of the complaint. As such, the task force should find initial jurisdiction, but should focus solely on whether it has the authority to grant relief. So we almost have to open it to see if we can do anything about it. It's kind of a catch-22, but I think that summarizes it pretty succinctly. I think that's where we're at, based on what I'm hearing from members. So I would vote in favor of jurisdiction at this point.
Anybody else? No? All right, shall we vote? We need public comment. Any public comment on jurisdiction? Seeing none, call the roll, please.
So what's the motion?
Motion is to find jurisdiction.
Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee? Member Martin?
No.
Member Martin, no. Member Wolf? Jay Wolf?
No.
Member Tesfaye?
No.
Member Kanata?
Aye.
Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member Kate? No. Member Hinsey?
No.
Member Highland?
Aye.
Chair Wolf?
Aye.
It's an even draw.
Yeah, motion fails. That's because we have an open seat.
Right.
Okay, well, that ends that. I'm sorry, Mr. Tedessa, but we couldn't find jurisdiction.
Can you speak in the...
I'll give you a moment to speak, because we were only trying to find jurisdiction at that point.
Okay.
At this point.
What I wanted to do actually with this case was because I wasn't able to give you all the information. I wasn't able to submit to you the hearing, the actual appeal hearing, the audio, which I have here. If I can please indulge.
It's not going to change our decision at this point, because this has already been through one committee where time was given to consider it. They couldn't come with a decision, and now we've.
Well, the method that the whole thing was handled was I had issue with that, and I was trying to, first of all, it just showed up all of a sudden on the agenda back in April. I didn't know about that. And so just the whole process of this complaint going forward has just been not appropriate. It's just,
How is it not appropriate?
my audio hasn't been included. A lot of my submissions are not there, period. A lot of the
everything that you've sent recently is in the record.
No, it's not. I'm sorry. The audio of the hearing, which I included, which the ALJ says that this is a closed session. This is regarding a closed session, and so the release of the documents was for a closed session, and you can't just release it. It's covered under attorney work product, and so for me to I have all those examples, and I sent. It's not on the packet, and so I really.
Well, everything that you sent
The due process part
is in the record. The audio could not be produced in a way that it could, but the half of the task force believes that the ordinance is based upon requests for information from the public, and the protections for litigation are on the side of the respondent of the city, not releasing them due to that. Okay, so if you were to request information that was part of that case, in your case, you're presenting that you didn't request this information; it was just delivered.
It was delivered deliberately to go to the press. Basically, is what I'm saying, and the reasoning behind that is the audio saying that this is a closed meeting. None of the information shall be shared with anybody else. I have even submitted paperwork that says this is a confidential meeting. It's a closed session.
I understand that, but
I don't know how.
But under Sunshine, our job is to receive complaints about what people don't receive.
Yes, but on the flip side, it's almost like I am the city attorney arguing against myself, if you will, because I am taking their position basically, because they're always coming up here saying that this is why we should withhold, and they cite attorney work product all the time. They cite attorney-client privilege all the time. They assert that because of bargaining,
collective bargaining, RFPs, all kinds of stuff.
Exactly.
I get that.
And so this was a closed meeting. It was actually a closed meeting. It wasn't even there's no agenda. You're going to say that you're not in jurisdiction of that? This is regarding a closed meeting. A closed meeting there has to be a posting of that closed meeting. That paperwork the paperwork that was served was regarding a closed meeting. I don't know how you don't have jurisdiction. I'm sorry.
Look, I put forward to hear this. So I'm only going to provide a limited amount of time. But
and then 67.21. -K, 6721-I also has to do with my case. 67.12A, the disclosure of closed session. That has everything to do with this case, and I don't know why I didn't get a good enough chance to even formulate my case to you. In the packet on.
Chair, could I ask Mr. Tedeschi a question?
Yeah.
I'm not too familiar on closed cases and how that material should be presented and all that. I haven't read up on that yet. But let me ask you this question, and I'm wondering if there's another way we can help them repackage this complaint. In other words, if this document that you received was something as part of your discussions with SFMTA
No.
And it just came out of the blue to you.
It was out of the blue. It was a revocation notice saying that you have been suspended effective immediately from riding the cable cars. And so, but the same news I got was February 1st. I got that in an email. February 2nd, I emailed them back saying I am going to appeal. February 6th, this notice comes by the city attorney, and he leaves it with the building manager, same guy who I've had a complaint against HUD, long-running issue, which is what I think they're involved with the city attorney's office.
So it sounds to me, Dent, that this is something that doesn't fall in this court, if you like, but something in another area that might help you.
It is exactly. It falls exactly to you guys, because it has to do with the revocation of a meeting that is going to be held at a certain date. That is a closed meeting. That not only is it closed, it's an emergency under the CPUC. If someone is a threat to public safety and public, it's part of the welfare code. If someone is threatening public safety, then a department head can revoke that license if it's and that's what happened to me because of the disruption that I caused.
Right.
They said that this is an emergency. So in that case, it's a special closed meeting. Because they don't have to put it on the agenda. They don't have to. It's just a 24 hours notice kind of thing. And so, when I emailed them saying that I'm going to appeal it, and then when I got that notice on the 7th, I emailed them again saying, "Look, this is my privacy. What's going on?" And so, thank God I did that then, because now I know that Sunshine is here, and Sunshine actually says that the member of a public has a right to privacy, and especially when that member of the public gives you the codes for why that particular document or information should be confidential, it's in your realm.
Point of order.
Yep.
I don't know whether we're required to find jurisdiction before actually having the hearing. I know that's our practice. But what we've walked into now is essentially hearing untimed testimony from the complainant. And if the city attorney wants a stab at the microphone, I think we need to give him one as well at this point. And we basically have just abandoned the time process of it. Not that the city attorney is going to talk.
We've already made our decision, though. We've already.
I recognize. Well, we haven't found, and we haven't made a motion of no jurisdiction and found that we have neglected.
No,
wait,
don't mix that up.
No, but we.
I'm going down that road again.
Well, I'm not trying to go down that road. I'm saying that, in essence, because we have not actually explicitly found no jurisdiction. Can I finish, please? Because we have not explicitly found no jurisdiction, and then we have allowed the complainant to basically give free testimony, we can't not allow the city attorney the same privilege, which I don't even know that they're going to take. I just see an issue of fairness here that concerns me.
Then if that's the case and you want to provide that, then reconsider the vote and let's have the hearing.
But that's not my point. My point is that we've heard. Okay, whatever.
I'm just saying we're giving him an opportunity. Actually, to be honest with you, if this was in the complaint committee, then and because the complaint committee did not find, they actually didn't take any. You didn't take any action.
Correct.
They took no action. That the process for finding jurisdiction, we actually didn't follow that properly by allowing the parties an opportunity to speak.
Well, I guess that's sort of where I'm saying we need to allow the city attorney an opportunity
Well, then
to speak
I would
as well.
say reconsider the motion so that we go back to the point just before we take a vote. And then we can allow people to
Sure,
have
I'll make a
their-
motion for that.
Okay.
Through the chair,
Yep.
finding jurisdiction doesn't include having either party talk. It's this body determining whether we have jurisdiction. And the vote was not to find jurisdiction. The vote was to determine jurisdiction, and there was no jurisdiction determined, even though I voted on the other side of it. I think this matter is closed.
But let me respond.
I don't understand. Wait a second. I don't
I'll respond to
understand the
that.
difference between determining jurisdiction and
Well, if there's
finding
al-
jurisdiction.
And we didn't
It's the same,
find it.
but it's
And, it could be the same thing, but member Wolf was saying that we didn't have an explicit vote not to find jurisdiction, and I'm saying we did, because that's the vote. Is there jurisdiction or not?
Right.
Okay. So to me, this matter is closed.
If I could respond to that, sometimes in committee and subcommittee complaints, we will hear from both parties and then have a vote on jurisdiction, especially if jurisdiction is an issue. That's kind of what we had here, because we didn't have a recommendation from the subcommittee. We kind of went into that, and maybe we should have heard from both and then taken the vote, but we didn't. But we can go back to that point, and I think Member Wolf has a motion.
Yeah, I've made
There's
that
a motion
It's
on the floor.
Still waiting for a second.
So we're looking for a second to reconsider
I'll second
the
that.
vote.
I'll
So
second that.
Vice Chair Hyland, second the vote to reconsider.
And that way we can give the city attorney their balance with their commentary, and then we can see if we move forward.
May I?
It's no, not right this moment. Okay. Member LaHood?
Is the city attorney still here?
Yes?
Yes.
But let's have this vote first, otherwise it's her saying something.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So is there any public comment on the motion to reconsider? Seeing none. This is substantive. Please call the roll.
So the motion is to reconsider the last vote.
Right.
Okay.
No.
Yes.
The motion goes back before the vote.
No. It's
No?
just to reconsider the vote, to
It would
nullify
undo the
vote.
vote, and we'd be back to where we're at on jurisdiction and whether or not we want to hear from
Right.
the parties. It's
Got
like
it.
we just made the last 10 minutes
We rewound.
disappear.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Got it.
May I just make a comment before?
Yes.
I was just looking at 6712, which is closed session, because I know there is some discussion about closed session. And there is a part in there that says, after every closed session, a policy body may in its discretion in the public interest disclose to the public any portion of the discussion that is not confidential. And then it goes on to say that. So because there is a portion about closed session and the confidentiality, and I think this is and I think this is obviously a closed session that we're talking about. I know we didn't talk about the closed session portion when we voted last time. I'm actually looking at that section more as far as jurisdiction goes. So I would support reconsidering on that matter.
Okay.
Okay. Please call the roll.
Member J. Wolf,
Aye.
Member Highland,
Aye.
Member Yankee,
Aye.
Member Martin,
No.
Member Tesfaye,
No.
Member Kanata,
No.
Member LaHood,
Aye.
Member Kate, no. Member Hensy,
No.
Chair Wolf,
Aye.
Same vote.
same vote.
All right. So the item, the task force decided that there is no jurisdiction. I'm sorry, Mr. Tedessa. There's nothing more to say at this point. We're going to move on to our next item.
Okay.
All right. Let's go back. Let's have general public comment, since that was a 5 o'clock call.
Hello, my name's Thomas Bessie. This follows up on my very first Sunshine Ordinance request in my life, which was in 2017 regarding the shadow government known as the San Francisco Public Finance Authority and the $53 million that just disappears every single year. I thought I'd give you an update, and I have some thoughts because it involves journalism. There's a lot of journalists in this room. That sales tax, as I said originally, had to deal with, and I'm an accountant, the 1993 ERAF shift. I said it also had to deal with a certain event on 7/1/93. 7/1, I think Member Wolf might know 7/7. It's a very special date. And that was the 101 California shooting. And I said these events were all related. And through some sleuthing, based upon my professional experience, taking me out to former city employees in Indio under the employ of Black & Hutt Corporation, I found that the sales tax was going to Fuller Theological Seminary in Pasadena, California. Now, what is a San Francisco school sales tax going to a seminary in Pasadena? Let's look at it closely. Kind of like the journalistic community didn't look at that Brian Egg guy, you know, the headless torso, who happens to be Kamala Harris's neighbor, and where every single day for 8 years, a state limo showed up in front of the torso's house and whisked her off to Sacramento. No, that seminary was established in May 1947, and it opened its doors on September 20th. As I said, it was a shadow government. I don't think that we should pay for that. And I also noticed that we had a whale in Alameda out by the nuclear vessels on this 22nd of February. We had a helicopter in Golden Gate Park after November when there were some fires in that park, if you remember where the Enterprise went down. Shadows are active in the Bay Area, and the media is complicit. And we are funding it. And you may remember in November that ERAF got unshifted excess ERAF. No, I reconciled the accounts. That's where that money came from. But I still don't have a document. But I was thinking about Star Trek 4. They found bones in the mission, incidentally. How does that movie end? There's a Death Star that goes into the bay. And in this country, we have a history of war exercises going live. And to the extent the media is complicit, and I have seen this in my lifetime, don't do it again.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Hi, this is a public comment. Again, this goes back to I need assistance from the task force in my submissions regarding a lot of my complaints. I am without all my items. They were locked in my apartment, so I just need a little bit more of a understanding from the Sunshine Task Force to my complaints and to the somewhat disorganized way that they are, because there's a lot of things that you're not seeing, or that I'm not saying also. Because I don't want it to be a, oh, poor me. It's not about that. It's but what I'm a stickler about it. If I feel strongly, which I really do, about some of these complaints, I will try and respectfully try to present them to you in the best way I can. But if I have things that are just thrown in without my knowledge, having people hang up on me, that's not constructive. It's not constructive for me, for you. Ms. Leger, I apologize for talking to you so long, and yes, I feel for my safety. I mean, safety is a real issue for me right now, and so coming to the task force is a issue. My service animal, I came earlier just to see what would happen, and they let me in with her off leash, and then they followed me. 2 of them. They were right behind me, one on the right, one on the left. Now, if that's a solution to the problem, It's not a solution for me. It might as well have been denied. I don't need a chaperone to come here. I don't need sheriff's officers, especially the ones who really, there's a history there. And so I came up, I got the papers, I went back. They had cornered Rosie, and she's just sitting there, and they're just, on their walkie-talkies,
Mr. Tedeschi, if I could just...
So this whole process, the whole process needs to be fair. I need to have due process. I really do, and I can't have these shifting complaints. All of a sudden, they're on the agenda item. Even the summaries are not reflective of some of the things that are happening. It just needs to be more fair. That's all I ask. That's all. That's it.
So through the chair, if I could just respond to that. Mr. Tedeschi, I don't know if you know, but our clerk, Cheryl's been going above and beyond to try and get you that document she just passed to you. I don't know if she connected with you yesterday or not, but the information that she wanted to reach out and tell you is that they responded saying that they wanted to escort you in the first couple of times to make sure they're okay with and observe that your dog is on voice command and whatnot. So take that as a beginning. It's a positive thing. First couple of times they'll do that, and they'll probably stop doing it. We wanted to give you a heads up that was going to happen. I'm sorry it surprised you. That wasn't our intent, but we consider this, a way of them complying with the order of determination made back in April. So we're trying to keep them on point. So that's what that is. It may happen a few more times. It may happen every time. I don't know. But I'm sorry you didn't hear that before you walked in today. That's our our shortfall. Just wanted you to know that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sure. I'll try to process that one. Because I'm not sure. Having them come in, following me like that is just. It's really stressful for me. Right. It's really stressful Rosie was. Can you just imagine the same guys who've taken her numerous times? She actually just looks at them just like
Mr. Tedeschi, can I ask you a question? You said that they were around your dog. Was your dog unaccompanied or something at that time?
Well, I tied her to the sidewalk. I didn't put her on the city hall property. So I went to the sidewalk where
at that
one
time,
of those,
why didn't you bring her in with you?
Because they were following me, I
don't think he knew.
I feel that is a denial of my request. My request is just to be left alone and just be treated like anyone else.
So there's a disconnect there. We were trying to get to you to tell you this is what they're going to do, but we didn't get a chance to do that. And so I can imagine how it must have appeared to you.
Yeah, it would have felt very unwelcoming had you been given notice.
But just so you know now,
because it's happened before as well. By the way.
But the next time you come in with Rosie off leash, have that document in your hand. They will escort you to where you need to go. That'll give them the chance to observe, because that's part of their duty to observe, right?
Why can't they? There's cameras.
I got you, but that's how they want to handle it.
Okay.
So think of this as a positive. Small steps. They'll probably do it first couple of times. Maybe they'll stop doing it, but just play along. Rosie's great. I've met her in person. She'll have no problem with this. Hopefully, you'll have no problem with this, and we'll move forward from this. And that way, you can get in here and hear the cases that you need.
And I have a comment on a different subject. You are compelled to ask us several times to help you formulate your case in various different ways. It's hard for any one of us here to do that, because then it would be considered ex parte. And I think there are one or more of us here that would like to hear the substance of the conditions of this situation, because we've been hearing it for more than a year. And I want to offer you this. Yeah. There are several places that you can go to get some free legal help, and to help you do that, and not. I wouldn't say some professional legal help and some non-professional legal help, but that I think might be good for you. One is there's a number of former task force members that
Okay.
have formed an organization called San Franciscans for Sunshine.
Okay.
So they've been around this for a long time.
Okay.
And they're not members of this task force. They're general members of the public, but they have, they understand how this works.
Okay.
The League of Women Voters has taken a very direct interest in this. They may be able to provide you with a resource.
And they're involved
referral.
with San Franciscans for
Sunshine
Sunshine. They're
also.
part of that
Okay.
coalition, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And there's also the Bar Association. They have a pro bono day, or they have a pro bono department, and they, you can just ask, I just need some legal advice to formulate
Yeah.
an administrative process, and sure that they could provide you with an actual lawyer to help you formulate. Because,
Well,
the
when
way
I say-
I'm reading your stuff, I mean, I see where you're going. It's obviously not compelling enough, so.
But when I say help, I mean just the kind of like mechanics of it.
That's what I'm talking about.
To actually get a because on this complaint, I had asked that the former complaint have all the other information that I had in there included in this. When I looked at the other one, it wasn't even there. And so that's what kind of makes me.
We can't mix cases. The only thing that we can do is if
Okay.
you provide us with information that you want in your current case.
Yeah.
That you have to provide that to us. We cannot take an instruction.
Okay,
From
yeah.
a petitioner. We can only take what is given to us.
And I have been a couple of them, and they're not in there.
Okay.
So that's what's
well.
worrying
If there
me. So
if there
that's-
are
that's
items
the
that are
only-
missing from
Okay.
a previous that was there before, it's something different.
Okay.
But I think.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Getting a little help with this might be helpful for you. Member Josh Wolf.
I want to explain that I think that there's, from what I'm reading, very serious issues of the city not treating you properly. Where my vote came from was that I'm not sure that this is a sunshine matter.
Yeah.
But I would reach out to any advocacy group that deals with fighting injustices beyond employing the Sunshine Ordinance. Like, I hear that you're, are being essentially followed into City Hall without them saying, we'd like to escort you, would that be all right? That feels like a violation to me, but it doesn't feel like a violation for the Sunshine Ordinance to deal with. I basically hear that they're slipping information to your landlord, which to me didn't fall down in the Sunshine Ordinance, but seems like an ethical violation. And I don't know whether that's the Ethics Commission or what entity one takes those sorts of complaints to. But beyond reaching out to the veterans of the Sunshine Ordinance, I see some real possible malfeasances that, again, I don't know whether like relying on maybe a group that supports people that have dogs, support dogs, like a disability rights group, or any sort of advocacy organization that you can partner with, because I do feel that you need someone helping you to navigate, you don't need someone helping you to navigate this, but I feel that someone navigating this with you could help make this easier. And it's not that I don't support where you're coming from, I just don't feel that's the right venue for this particular item.
And for the members who vote no, it's not personal. I completely understand, but I just feel like the presentation part when anyway. Thank you. All right, that's it. But I will continue with this one today. I will formulate it and make it. I still feel very strongly about that. So, anyway, thank you.
All right, and then.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? All right, seeing no other public comment is closed. And now we'll take from the table item number 5.
Shall I read it again?
Yeah, you can do that. Thank you.
Item number 5. Oh, yeah. Item number 5, file number 18059, complaint filed by William J. Clark against the Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6716 by failing to make meeting minutes available in a timely manner.
Okay. So we're picking up where we left off. We've gotten through some points. One, that while this committee is a policy body, it is not required to maintain minutes in the way boards and commissions are, as enumerated in the charter. And I think we last left off on, what was it? What is to be recorded. If they're not a board or commission
Right.
under the charter, then what are they required to do?
Right. And it seemed like it was those 3 items mentioned, right? Any votes taken, I forget the other 2, but.
Could I make a comment regarding the charter portion?
Yeah, sure.
I'm looking at the memo from the April meeting, or actually there's a. This
Can you give us a page number?
It's a prior, wait, actually, no, it is here. Looks like it's page number 107. And that's the memo from April 15th, 2019.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it says, after voters pass Proposition L, and I'm assuming Proposition L is what established this committee, it says, the ordinance was added to the San Francisco Charter as Appendix E. So, is it part of the charter? That seems to indicate that it is part of the charter, and if so, it would be something enumerated in the charter.
I'm sorry, where?
Yes, second
from
paragraph
the
from the bottom.
bottom.
It says, after voters pass Proposition.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
As Appendix E.
And that makes it enumerated in the charter.
Well,
Exactly,
Well, it says,
exactly.
okay, sorry.
Oh, that was it.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
That the lawyer's
Member
technical.
No,
testimony.
I just wanted to point out, like, the explanation that was given in this memo was not that, was that the committee is not enumerated in the charter under the Sunshine Ordinance, that the Arts Commission is a charter body, but that the committees that advise charter bodies do not come within the first paragraph of section 67.16. So that's just an interpretation question, but I think it's important to understand what their position is. They do recognize that.
Well, let
It's
me
in
ask.
the charter.
Are we, the use of the word committee, are we talking semantics at this point? I mean, is it really a commission? I mean, what determines it to be not a committee, but a commission instead?
Well, the commission is in the charter. They're just saying that the committee, this committee that is informing the commission is not.
Okay, so it's a committee of the commission.
Yeah.
Okay,
So we're not debating whether it's a policy body. It is a policy body.
it is.
Okay.
And there are
Exactly.
certain provisions that they have to abide by as a policy body, but there are some that they don't. And we're trying to do, that's what we're trying to ferret out here. This particular case that comes to us is focused only on the minutes.
Right.
And so we have to determine what is the time frame. I guess the points are that we've come down to, what is the time frame that they must produce the minutes? And were they within the scope and the right time?
Can I make one more
Yeah.
distinction? That there's also the distinction between minutes and record. And the record would only involve those 3 things I talked about earlier, which
Okay.
are the names of each substantive decision, the vote of each member on that decision, and the date of the meeting at which the decision was made. That's something that would be a record of the meeting, but would be a lower standard than minutes.
Right, and
So what's
they-
the?
they're-
go
I'm
on.
sorry.
Yeah.
According to what I've read, if they're not enumerated in the charter, they don't have to have minutes.
But they
They
do have to have a record.
Right, but they have to have a record within 48 hours of final approval, right? So if it was this body.
Or
we don't
finalizing the record,
We don't
not
approve the
approval.
minutes until the next month, right?
Next meeting.
Well,
So again, I don't know their procedure, but
So let me let's, just for the sake of stating it, I got you. In 6716 under minutes, now I know it only applies to boards and commission, but just what is supposed to be, what's the difference between the record and the minutes, right? So for the sake of saying it, in the ordinance itself, it states that the minutes shall state the time of the meeting was called to order, the names of the members attending the meeting, the roll call vote for each matter considered at the meeting, the time the board or the commission began and ended any closed session, the names of the members and the names and titles where applicable of any other persons attending any closed session, a list of those members of the public who spoke on each matter of the, if the speakers identified themselves, whether such speakers supported or opposed the matter, a brief summary of each person's statement during public comment period for each item, and the time the meeting was adjourned. Okay? And as Member Tesfaye duly noted, that the record is a little it's pared down from that. But it's similar. It's more like action minutes. You know, we call it action minutes, and in a parliamentary type of way. So just for the sake of understanding the difference what is being required here is what's supposed to be on the piece of paper. Okay. All right. Continue. Member Joshua.
It seems to me that what we have is a policy body that is not enumerated, a policy body that is not a border commission enumerated in the charter. Do we have consensus on that? Not seeing anyone shaking their head, no.
Well,
I'll continue, but I just am not seeing anyone violently shaking their head, no. I'm okay, we have one. Great.
Yeah, I'm a little.
So, in the event that it is a policy body that is not enumerated in the charter, not a border commission enumerated in the charter, then most of the requirements don't apply, including the item around the 10 days period. So the entire matter is that we have records which, in this case, are referred to as minutes by the Arts Commission, but serve interchangeably by the Arts Commission's own written testimony through their lawyer as the same thing, that have to be provided within 48 hours of completion. Is also argument from the Arts Commission that there has to be a reasonable standard of what completion means, and almost the suggestion that that should be clearly defined, and I would like to hear how the Arts Commission defines when the completion process is, and then essentially whatever they establish there, if it's reasonable, is the window that starts the 48-hour clock. And then they have to post them within 48 hours of that completion moment.
Member Kate.
Yep. And sorry, this may just be informed by my ignorance, I guess, if you can be informed by ignorance, showing up late. Why is this not a records request issue? Because as I read the complaint, I see that it's, I requested draft minutes. The citation is to it came up?
Yeah, but we can
yes, I did just earlier, not had a chance.
I mean, I can address that. So the Arts Commission is saying that they did not need to post the minutes, that they had 10 days to post the minutes, and they were still within those 10 days. And we were focusing on, in their memo, there's an explanation that the minutes should have been posted the record, not the minutes, should have been posted 48 hours after they were finalized. And so they would have avoided this whole request issue had they posted the minutes. That's where this discussion is right now. But they were kind of conflating that they needed to post the minutes within 10 days.
But there was a request for draft minutes, and 6724A1 allows requests to be made to draft documents, and draft documents have to be submitted and disclosed.
Right.
And so
the response was they had 10 days to post the minutes.
Oh, well, I don't agree, but
Yeah.
okay.
Right. That's
Got it.
And didn't the
6724.
and through the chair didn't Mr.
Member
Clark
Canada.
make the request after the minutes weren't posted, right? So Mr. Clark's complaint is based on the fact that he considers this a body that needs to post minutes, and when they weren't posted, he made his complaint. The argument by the respondent is this is not a body that needs to post minutes. We keep a record of them, and we don't post the record until 48 hours after we finalize that record.
Right. And I also want to state, I get your point on the Prop L part, but the charter was revised in 1989, I think, either 89 or 98. And that part, that Appendix E, was, I believe, amended into the police code. It's in Section 2400 of the police code now, and it's almost there word for word. And it states regulating street artists and craftspersons. So even though I think it was a good deal of sleuthing from our legal counsel, I think looking to see where it exists today is, and actually he does, he includes it on page 127 in attachment C. Well, let's see what he says about that. If he's saying that it's does he say that it's enumerated? Let's see, attachment C, okay. February 83, Board of Supervisors enacted another ordinance to the police code implementing Proposition L, Section 2400. This ordinance is enacted to implement an initiative ordinance approved by the electors of San Francisco as Proposition L at the election held in November 4th, 1975. The provisions of Proposition L are set forth herein for the convenience and may only be amended by the electors of San Francisco. And then he notes Section 2400 of the Police Code quotes Proposition L in its entirety. The sections will follow either clarify or add the original ordinance, for example, blah, blah, blah. Okay. It doesn't necessarily state whether whether it's enumerated, considered enumerated or not. So I'll ask our DCA, who's present here today, if he might be able to help us understand that.
Well, it's not clear. I mean, I think there's a question of interpretation here on 67.16 as to what enumerated in the charter was intended to mean. And then, I mean, this portion of the penal code,
the police code.
The police code, sorry, as far as I know, is not part of the charter.
Right.
That seems pretty straightforward.
So basically, they yanked it out of the charter and put it into a...
Correct. And I think there's a separate question as to what the qualification in 67.16 was intended to do. But, you know, and it could have, you know, Scrivener's errors, all sorts of things happen where this may not have been intended to be the way it is, but it's not part of the charter as far as I can tell.
Well, I'm wondering if a voter approved charter amendment, wouldn't the electors have to amend it to be located somewhere subordinate to the charter? And I don't know if I guess the charter, the revised charter did go before the voters, so then they would have, by inclusion, have voted to remove it out of the charter and put it somewhere else.
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. It's an interesting question.
It is an interesting question.
So, all right.
Okay, sorry, just still catching up. So there was a records request made for the draft of the meeting minutes, and those records either don't exist or weren't turned over. Like what?
No, they just weren't posted in the way that the requester thought that it should have been posted. And what we're determining here is whether first of all, whether the body itself is a policy body or an advisor or a passive meeting body. We've already decided that it's a policy body. It's clear that both parties agree that that's, we and the, everybody agrees. Everybody agrees that it's a policy body. But then there's this splitting of the hair as to who's required under the minutes section of the ordinance to comply. It's only a board or commission that's enumerated in the charter. And then the other part of that is records in general that need to be posted to the web, which is that Member Yankee had pointed out. So, yes, Member Josh Wolf.
Do we know whether it was removed from the charter before or after Section 67 was written? So, in other words, when the rule saying that this covers enumerated boards and commissions, was that inclusive of this committee before it was pulled out and put in the police code? In other words, what was the year it was removed from the charter, and did this language encompass it before then? Because then it gets even more complicated.
So we're going to grandfather stuff in or out? Is that?
I don't think we can read it
I'm just
that
trying
way.
to.
We can't read it that way.
Yeah.
Well, the question is which happened first. It's not how we're supposed to read it.
It sort of doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, if it actually is that it was already not part of the charter, then it makes it really easy.
All right, who's next?
Could I ask Mr. Patterson
Sure.
a quick question while you guys are going down this thread?
Sure.
Are there draft minutes, or are there now completed minutes of that meeting?
Well, yes, they're completed. Can you remind me which date was the meeting? I was just on our website. They would be there.
The June 5th, 2018 meeting. Sure. Yeah.
A year ago.
Exactly.
They're not completed by now.
I would hope they're
So if you
finalized.
guys want to look at page, let's see, it's listed as page 150. It's page 48 of our packet, which is 151 at the bottom of the page. I always like to go back to the original IDR and look at that, as Member Kate was pointing us that direction. There's one violation right there that I want to point out right away. They're not treating this as an IDR. I have issue with that. It's one document that's being asked for. That shouldn't have applied, that extension, the 10-day extension. That's the first piece. And then, as Member Kate points out, he's asking for draft minutes, and if those are required to be submitted, then this case is pretty clear, pretty simple. If we can boil it down to going back to the original request, I think there's a timeliness violation, and then they didn't supply the documents 1, 2.
But
That's
there are
how-
no draft minutes because they don't have to have minutes.
There is all that, but if there are now minutes, and they've been
Or a record of the meeting.
right, but if they've been providing minutes all along, whether they were required to or not, but the fact that they did and someone requested it, where does that leave us?
You're stating as a matter of precedent. If they
Yes.
have a practice of doing things in a certain way.
And she's about to look up the fact that they have been posting those minutes. Yes.
I wanted to also point out that actually in the ordinance itself, so if you look at page 128, section 2, it actually talks about this a little bit. And the last, so
Where are we?
section 2 on page 128, that paragraph, last sentence says, "The secretary shall keep an accurate record of all proceedings of the advisory committee, which shall be open to inspection by the public at all times." So is there even, it says at all times, so I'm not even.
So could the advisory committee say, we don't actually have minutes as you were asking them, we have a record, here it is. That really is what should have
It
happened
goes
here.
back to the question of some kind of work product. If you're in the middle, we've had cases here where people have requested like Post-it notes that were put on a document that was in the middle of being worked, that they wanted all the metadata, that kind of thing. And before the document was finalized, part of a draft, it's a little, those cases were difficult based upon what they were. But I hear what you're saying.
So, Ms. Patterson, were you able to find that? Is that
I'm sorry, was it June? Sorry.
June 5th of 2008?
And Just for everybody's edification, the charter was revised by the voter in 1994. So it's before the Sunshine Ordinance was approved by the voters in 1999.
It's not on the screen.
Can you?
Well, I don't know what to, I mean,
Can you
it's
switch
on
it?
my screen.
You can look. You can.
Am I supposed to switch it?
Oh, Cheryl will help you.
It's also online.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay, so I feel like there's a lot of confusion. I think Member Kenyatta summarized it perfectly. We got a request and we responded the next day with the draft minutes. So I don't think we were late in terms of the IDR, if I recall correctly. But the issue was that you're correct. Their issue was that we hadn't posted the minutes within 10 days. And then a day later, they're like, where's the minutes? And they made the request. And the next day, within that 24-hour period, we responded. I believe that's what I recall.
Yeah, this is about, did you post the minutes properly or not?
Right, but Member Highland just characterized it a totally different way, so I just wanted to respond to that. So here are the minutes.
Right.
Oh, what do you mean?
So we're using the.
I have them on the website.
So you're using the term minutes and
Or
records interchangeably.
Minute records. Minute record.
Meeting record.
Meeting record. Meeting record.
All right.
Okay. Can you see them?
No.
No.
Okay. Well, they're on the laptop, so I don't know what this is for. I don't need it. Yeah,
It's on the
but it's on the
laptop.
laptop.
It's also
on the website.
It's also online.
Yeah, but where?
Well, I have it up here. Can't you switch it?
It's
so
very
you can
simple.
see what's on the computer?
sfgov.org/art/meetings.
Okay, but I'm not putting it on here. It's on the laptop, so I pulled it up on the website. So can't they see what's on the screen
No.
on the laptop?
No.
We should be able to.
Yeah, that's our laptop, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not mine.
Should be
Yeah.
able to. There should be a switch.
So I think we've discussed this enough.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a violation according to the law.
The minutes are here. They're posted.
Yeah, and it was from last year. I mean, of course.
No, that's for this.
So they're late. They were late.
You should have, actually, you should have it there.
Because they're not
They
minutes.
weren't approved.
Right.
They're not
that-
minutes.
that-
Or they
right,
weren't approved. Yeah.
Right. And I know Member Wolf
And
is
he's-
asking for approval. It's one person.
But if nothing else, we can determine that it's a policy body. So
Oh, it is a policy body, but.
going
but-
forward,
But they don't have to have, see, that's my.
have record.
Okay,
Right.
there you go, everybody.
That they respond
Okay.
before.
Or is it that they responded and said,
Why don't you just summarize what you just said? Bring everyone up to that.
Freezing
Okay,
in here, by the
let's
way.
pull it together.
Member Kenyatta has a good put-together statement.
Okay.
I do.
I think I like,
Go
what,
for
I
it.
like what you just said.
I just think, I mean, I don't think there's a violation here. I think that through all the memoranda, that everybody agrees this is a policy body, but in 6716, policy bodies per se don't have to keep minutes the way charter, the way commissions enumerated in the charter do. And the fact that 67, I can't remember the number, says that you have 48 hours after the completion to get these up. I just don't see that any violation.
Yeah, that would be viewing this very narrowly. I would also, as much as I think that this simple record, posting the simple record should be able to be done a lot sooner. As someone has mentioned, we do not finalize our minutes until a month after our meeting. But we do post our draft ones though. So, you know, I think that there's different ways to interpret that. Ms. Leger, do you have a?
I just was going to say, for the task force here, I post my minutes before the 10-day deadline. I try to. I really try to get to them sooner. Within 48 hours of the meeting, I post the audio and the agenda.
Mhm.
So that's what we do.
Chair?
Yes. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Member Cashwell.
So I have a question for Ms. Patterson. Is she still here? So you guys had, or I'm sorry, not you guys, the Street Artists and Crafts Examiners, the Advisory Committee of Street Artists and Crafts Examiners had a meeting yesterday, correct?
Yes.
And so there's presumably a process to complete, as defined by law, the record.
Correct.
When will the yesterday's meetings records be completed?
I don't know. I am not, I'm not the one who records. I don't know.
Okay, so what is the process to reach completion of the record?
They're just completed when they're completed. I mean, it doesn't follow the same protocol as our other subcommittees, so I can't tell you if it's going to be 5 days or 10 days. I'm like, I don't.
Who was responsible for completing the record?
Ann Tricky. She is the program manager. She manages that program.
Okay. Can you, I guess we can't see the laptop, but you can see the laptop.
You can see the laptop. It's right there.
Oh, it is
Yeah.
My screen's not showing it. But my point is, if we go to the most recent minutes, which are April 2nd, 2019, it looks to me like that was posted at 10:32 a.m. on May 22nd, 2019. Is that accurate?
If that's what it says, then it's accurate.
Well, I mean, I don't know how to read this. I don't know for sure that that's what this means. There is a date listed there, but it could be who knows what. Do you see where I'm talking about, or?
Yeah, so they were posted on the website on that day. Maybe I'm not understanding.
Well,
The record was completed and then posted on the website on that day.
right. So presumably within 48 hours of May 22nd was when the record was completed in order to be in compliance with the law.
Yeah, but I can't tell you. I mean, I think that they probably completed it and they posted it. Like, I just think I'm not the one who compiles the record, so. And also, we just got this opinion last week, so I can't tell you exactly if that is the exact protocol that was being followed prior to this memo. Is that clear?
That's fine. I guess I would just like to know, assuming I'm reading this right, why it was, let's see, so 1 month or 30 days thereabouts would have been May 2nd, and then another 20 days after that before the minutes ended up on the website. And I would just like to understand what the process of calling a record completed is, what the timeline of that would look like, because essentially the entire discretion we have is whether or not that is a reasonable amount of time.
And it's a 2-page record, maybe 3 if you count so.
And so, as I was saying, that our sole realm of making a determination is around the reasonableness of how quickly a record is completed.
Well,
without Ms. Tricky here to speak to that, I have a difficult time really coming to a necessary conclusion as to whether or not this is a reasonable timeline or not.
Can I just add something? Because I think it's a good point that she brought up. That she said that she was just provided this opinion, and I think going back to when we started this, we should realize that Mr. Clark hasn't seen this and didn't realize that this memo that would generate all this discussion is something that maybe he should have a chance to weigh in on, or at least know about before he waives his.
Are you suggesting a motion?
So I would suggest a motion at this point, because of the outstanding questions, to continue the matter, to let Mr. Clark know there's this an additional memorandum that we received, to give him the opportunity to weigh in on it.
Okay, so motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that, but I'd like to also add that we include, either by requesting Ms. Tricky attend the next meeting or provide some sort of context around the process.
Great.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, so I actually am going to recognize Member Hinsey as being the second, and that would be in attachment to the motion. if there's no objections to that
No
attachment
objections.
from the
Yep.
maker or the second as an amendment. Okay, great. Do you need that repeated? Okay, so the motion is to continue the item and to request that Ms. Tricky attend the next meeting to explain the timestamp of when this was posted on their website. Did I capture that right?
Well, to explain their process of completing the records, which would include the timestamp.
And can we add a good summary to that so we're right back at that point and not having to go back into what we just did for the last hour and a half?
Well, review the minutes of this meeting and the audio, and you'll be there.
Well, how about a statement such the fact that we've, and I don't know if we haven't taken a vote on this, but that we've found the advisory committee to be a policy body, and as such recognize that at a minimum they have a records requirement.
Okay.
Not necessarily minutes, but records requirement. And our question to Ms. Tricky will be the reasonable timeliness of providing those records on their website. Something
Can
along
we
those
do that
lines.
as a second motion so that it's not attached to?
Well, I was thinking of it as a summary so that when this case comes back up, we can say, okay, we're at this point. This is where we're thinking of going down. Give Mr. Clark a chance to weigh in and agree, disagree.
But I mean, I'm fine with including a summary, but you're essentially prescribing what the summary should look like, and the only way to do that seems like we'd attach it to as a motion, and I'd rather make a motion of what you would like the summary to look like separate from.
I would prefer that we all refer back to the minutes because that's the record and everything we've been
even
discussing.
better.
And I think
It's the
just
minutes, not the record.
right, right.
Perhaps, well,
or the audio record if you prefer.
I'm trying to get a summary statement that our clerk can give us in our admin notes, something that gets us back to speed. Of course, we can unpack it all and debate it again ad infinitum. But
how about this? How about we ask our administrator if she could provide us with a short paragraph. I will help her draft it to encapsulate, or you can help draft just to encapsulate what we have, the assumptions. We haven't made a decision yet.
that's the problem. I'm uncomfortable stating what I think everyone thought about this, but just some.
Well, just
things.
so then, I mean, I think we are all in agreement at this point that this is a policy body. We've got the
You know what?
legal counsel from
Okay.
the respondent. We
I'm
have
thinking of
our
making
legal
a second motion, and I think
Okay.
I like what Josh is thinking. Let's get it memorialized that what we agree on. So here's the motion. We agree.
Wait, we can't do two motions on top of each other. We have to finish this one
Let's
first.
Vote on the first motion.
Okay, so
Sorry, I thought that was done.
It's substantial. Is there any public comment? There's no public.
Just have one quick question.
Yes.
And the complainant is not here today. Why?
Health reasons.
And he asked us to carry on with the.
He basically said move ahead with it, but considering this kind of new evidence in a way, that's why we want to do that. Yes, roll for the first one.
Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Hensy?
Aye.
Aye. Member Martin?
Aye.
Member Martin, aye. Member J. Wolf?
Aye.
Member J. Wolf, aye. Member Tesfaye?
Aye.
Member Tesfaye, aye. Member Kanata?
Aye.
Member Kanata, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Kate?
No.
Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye.
Motion passes.
Motion passes.
So I was going to make a second motion, and I'm open to help with this, just to kind of summarize where I think we are with this. First statement, I think we're comfortable that this is a policy body, and as such, it has a requirement to record certain. We can list those three items. Perhaps Member Tesfaye can restate those for me.
And can we say it's a policy body not enumerated in the charter, just to be really clear?
Okay.
And I'm reading these components from the memo from the Deputy City Attorney on behalf of the Arts Commission. The record must include each substantive decision of the committee, the vote of each member making the decision, and the date of the meeting at which the decision was made.
Okay. And the second piece is the timeliness of those, I don't want to call them minutes, but of that information being posted on the website will be the
Meeting record.
meeting record. We'll be paying attention to that, basically just something along those lines. Hopefully that'll get us to where I think we all are when we hear this again. Go ahead. I'm open to...
I would feel much more comfortable just reducing it down to that it's a policy body not enumerated by the boards and commissions. I'm not sure there aren't more things that may be included in the record of proceedings. Like, I don't exactly have a reason to doubt their city attorney summary, but I don't actually feel confident around what needs to be required in the record. But I am at this point pretty confident that it is a policy body not enumerated in the charter.
So you don't want to list those three things?
I would be inclined to vote for it if we did not enumerate those three things.
Okay. Because those three things would be the basis of what we're going to ask her, to produce.
My concern is that I believe there's additional things, such as the fact that it is my belief at this point that if this particular body were meeting in City Hall as opposed to off-site, they would be required to record it. There's other things outlined in different sections of the Sunshine Ordinance, such as 67.14, 3, which is what I was referencing there, or C. And that's why I feel better about just defining it at this point, consensus around a policy body not enumerated in the charter.
Does that section of the ordinance make any reference to location of the meeting?
Yes.
The third section, which I didn't read, states that any policy body, I don't have it in front of me.
Every city policy body, agency, or department shall audio or video every noticed regular meeting, special meeting, or hearing open to the public held in City Hall hearing room that is equipped with audio and video recording facilities, except to the extent that such facilities may not be available for technical or other reasons.
Right. Like, I think it's only because it's not in City Hall that they can even make the case that they're not required to record it.
Right.
So the maker of the motion, what are your thoughts on...
I would suggest that I understand what I think what Vice Chair Hyland is asking for, just kind of a statement of where we've left off.
That's it.
Not for us to make a decision about that, but just as here we are, where we've left off. We've said we were not repeating discussions that we've had before. And I'm wondering if there's, I guess he's asking for some way to how to wordsmith
Okay,
that.
so maybe we can just keep it as simple as we've determined that this is a policy body not enumerated in the charter, period.
That I can vote for
And go
without
from
any
there.
hesitation.
Can I make another comment? So 67.14B is making reference to policy bodies enumerated in the charter, not just meetings that take place in this building. So I don't see that the requirement for the audio requirement would apply to a committee meeting.
Let me pull that back up. I would contend that because it specifically mentions it in the other instances when it only mentions policy bodies, and I'm not looking at it quite yet. It's
67.14B?
Right, but C, which is what I was saying, doesn't specifically mention bodies
Enumerated, but they have to
in the
be
charter.
in City Hall.
Okay.
And I mean, I can understand how you could say that it would carry over from B, but I think there's an argument it doesn't, and yeah.
Yeah. Brings up another question for me on a completely different, has nothing to do with this
Okay,
case.
so the motion is that simple statement that we've decided this is a policy body not enumerated in the charter, period.
Right. Okay, so it's been moved by Vice Chair Hyland. Is there a second? Second by Member Kate. Okay. Any public comment on that? Seeing no public comment, call the roll.
Member Hyland?
Aye.
Member Hyland, aye. Member Kate? Aye. Member Kate, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Martin?
Aye.
Member Martin, aye. Member J. Wolf?
Aye.
Member J. Wolf, aye. Member Tesfaye?
Aye.
Member Tesfaye, aye. Member Kanata?
Aye.
Member Kanata, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Hinsey?
Aye.
Member Hinsey, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. That motion passes.
Motion passes. Thank you. Appreciate it. We are going to take a, well, now it's 12 minutes. Let's take a 15-minute recess, and we'll meet back here at 5, 10, what is it, 6:30, 6:30, let's say 6:35. Okay.
And what item are we picking up on? Is 7 still on the agenda, or did that get removed?
There's nobody else in the gallery.
Item number 7, the Mike Black matter.
Yeah.
As far as I knew, the city administrator was going to show up. They certainly got notice of it, but Mike Black said he was not going to appear in person, that the letter he wrote on April 3rd would be in lieu of his personal appearance.
So he
resubmitted it,
He wanted us to continue to carry the case.
as far as I understand,
Okay.
yeah.
And did you get any notice from the city attorney whether they were going to appear or not?
You mean city administrator?
I mean,
Bill
city
Barnes?
administrator?
Yeah, never heard.
Yeah, but they could be watching, and we'll come down when it's
Yeah,
time.
it could be,
So
but I never got a yay or a nay that they weren't going to appear.
that's okay. We'll assume that they will be here when the item gets called. Okay. If they are watching, then they'll know when we come back. You know, the whole thing. Well, this is the big problem with it about the public. You know, we don't. You know, we're always being watched. This room is always on. So, you know. Okay. Thank you. So we are recessed.
So could I file a public records request of the video of this meeting, which would require them to actually...
Recording? Okay, great. So we're back in order. Just looking around, there's no one in the gallery. Let's call the next item.
Item number 7, file number 18069, complaint filed by Mike Black against City Administrator Naomi Kelly and the Office of the City Administrator for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6725 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner.
Okay, so we have gotten correspondence or communications from the petitioner that his statement shall serve as his presence here and he wishes for us to move ahead. We do not have a member representative or the city administrator in the room. So let's see, was jurisdiction found on this one? Yeah, yes, so there's jurisdiction. We've already continued this item on April 3rd, once.
And Cheryl, the administrator, said they would send a rep.
From the city administrator's office?
Yeah.
I did not hear one way or the other. They
Oh, you didn't hear, okay.
They were noticed of the hearing and they got the agenda packet.
All right, how should we dispense with this? Do we want to move ahead in absentia? We can do that. Or we can continue it. The petitioner, it's the petitioner's complaint. You know, and his preference was that we forge ahead. Does anybody recall from that complaint committee whether the city administrator had attended? Is it in the minutes of that meeting?
And was the city administrator here in April when it was at?
Yeah, when it was at.
When it was here, the city
No,
administrator
the
was here.
city administrator was not. He said that he had a personal matter he had to take care of. That was Bill Barnes.
Right.
And that he could not be present, and that's when Mr. Black submitted a letter at 3 p.m. the day of the hearing.
Right. But my question was, at the complaint committee, was the city administrator present at the complaint committee?
No, not as far as no. That's what happened.
Okay. All right, so the respondent has chosen not to appear.
Yeah.
So,
Really.
what's your pleasure?
That's a violation right there, right?
I mean,
I mean, refusing to appear 3 times.
well,
Sure, that's a motion to find violation for not sending a representative.
is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. So any further discussion on that?
Just would want to make clear that we're not necessarily, that by this motion of finding a violation for not appearing, that we won't be disposing of the entire complaint, that we'll take it up either next or in some other.
We will continue. We will absolutely
Yeah.
continue through this. It's all at your pleasure. This is your item at this point now. So it's moved by Member Canato, second by Member Josh Wolf. Okay. Any public comments? Seeing no public. Are we ready for a vote? Please call the roll.
Member Canada?
Aye.
Member Canada, aye. Member J. Wolf?
Aye.
Member J. Wolf, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Martin?
Aye.
Member Martin, aye. Member Tesfaye?
Aye.
Member Tesfaye, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Kate?
Aye.
Member Kate, aye. Member Hinsey?
Aye.
Member Hinsey, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Okay. Now, we have the, let's see what page that's on. Cheryl, do you know what page the letter that Mr. Black sent? Is that?
I don't, it would be right after the cover page for complainant.
Just the first, right here,
It would-
the September 4th, 2018, that one?
197, there's an April 3rd letter. I don't know
No,
if
that's not it. He sent like a 3-page letter dated April 3rd, I believe. That was
Yeah,
the
it's page
date.
197. Okay. Do folks want to take a moment to read that, or do you want it to be read to you? Should we, how do you want to proceed? Do you want to, this is the petitioner's, basically his testimony for his opening salvo. I guess we're reading it.
I don't like his tone. Not interested. Don't care for him anyway. What's the meat of the? Cheryl, has there been any response from Mr. Barnes? Am I not seeing it? Is there an email or memo from him?
No, I got nothing.
Just that one time saying that he couldn't make it for personal reasons, and then nothing.
Yeah.
And his response to Mr. Black has just been, these are exempted. And that's been it. That's all we got from Mr. Barnes, right?
There is one on page 270, looks like. It's from way back in September, but if you kind of want to see the substance of their argument, it's on 270.
Okay, 270, thanks.
Not even correct.
So essentially, he notified us in April, the beginning of April, that he wouldn't be here today. If
You're talking about Mr. Barnes?
I'm talking about Mr. Black.
Mr. Black, when I told him that Mr. Barnes would not be available to attend the hearing in April, and he sent this letter in lieu of an appearance.
Oh, so this letter is really in lieu of the appearance in April.
He resubmitted that letter when this hearing was noticed, and he said this is in lieu of a personal appearance for today's hearing. He just resubmitted the letter.
Okay.
That's Mr. Black.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know whether people are still reviewing this, but it seems to me that there's smoke in here of a possible violation, but without him being here to actually make his case and without a representative from the city administrator's office to fill in the other context, like, we have no realistic way, as far as I can tell, of properly identifying a violation with neither the complainant nor the respondent in the room. And given that he sort of has dismissed the validity of the Sunshine Ordinance's likelihood of reaching a decision that he supports, he's essentially bowed out. And I think that we should I would like to make a motion to, what are we calling it? Tabling the...
Closing it out?
Closing it out without prejudice, whatever the standard way that it's not going to get reheard again. But given the fact that the other side didn't appear, if he were to resubmit the complaint, I wouldn't be opposed to it re-going through the process, but I don't think he's going to anyhow. But so essentially, close it without prejudice is what I'm looking to make a motion to do.
I'll second.
So I disagree with that motion, and I'll tell you this is why. The task force in its history has held that if the respondent did not show, that they basically waived their opportunity or their chance at a defense. And at that point, the task force would weigh whatever facts that was before it and make a decision as long as the petitioner, was either present or wanted the task force to move ahead with it. So that just means that the respondent has waived their right to their defense, and that it's up. We can move ahead with the case with whatever facts are in front of us. They just choose not to compete.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
I agree with everything you're saying, and the heart of what I was starting with is that what's on this paper as evidence to me, without either party in the room, I don't feel that we have enough to reach a conclusion of a violation beyond the violation we've already ruled on, which is why I'm making the motion essentially to remove it without prejudice, because I do agree that of what you're speaking to, and I think that he should have a right to reappear it, but I don't think there's enough here without Mr. Black in the room to actually parse out whether there's a violation.
But there's dozens of pages of evidence here that's already part of the record. And what his statement is just would just be his opening statement. There's the whole other body of evidence that's also applicable beyond the 5-minute opening.
Well, it's his opening statement and his response to our questions, both of which are missing from this process.
Yeah, but he's chosen to allow us to deliberate this and come up with what we feel to be our own determination.
Right, when I've made the motion that I've made, and then it'll go whatever way it goes, and then...
Okay. All right, so the motion is to table and close the file. It was moved by Member Josh Wolf, second by Vice Chair Hyland. Is there any other discussion? Any public comment? Seeing no public for public comment, let's move to a vote. Please call a roll.
Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Hyland?
Aye.
Member Hyland, aye. Member Yankee?
No.
Member Martin?
No.
Member Martin, no. Member Tesfaye?
No.
Member Tesfaye, oh. Member Kanata?
No.
Member Kanata, no. Member LaHood?
No.
Member LaHood, no. Member Kate? No. Member Kate, no. Member Hinsey?
No.
No. Chair Wolf, please.
No. The motion fails.
Fails, yeah.
Okay, so we move ahead. Since the way we'll do this is we'll just go through our regular hearing process, and because there could be people that show up to be witnesses and whatnot, so we'll just continue as we normally do. So
sit in silence for 3 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes there. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to hear from the petitioner first. Petitioner is chosen not to be here. Has submitted a written testimony, which we've all reviewed. Are there any persons or witnesses providing any facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner, the complainant? Seeing none. Call for the respondent. The respondent is not present, and now we'll call for any witnesses or persons to provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent. Seeing none, the item is now before the task force.
I have a comment just based on the initial, his initial submission to city.administrator@sf.gov, and the comment that is not routinely monitored for sunshine requests, but clearly it's an email address receiving other information. So saying that had an automatic reply that says this doesn't monitor for sunshine requests, but then not giving him any other sort of reply, that seems to me like a bit of a hollow response. First thought.
So do you see that as some sort of violation?
I'm putting it out there for discussion.
Okay.
I mean, it could be.
Yeah, go ahead, Member.
Member LaHood, so there's a portion of the Sunshine Ordinance that requires city employees to provide some type of assistance, either getting them in contact with someone who can help them. And so do you think that might have been implicated?
I think so, because if this account is being monitored for other communications, it would be easy enough for someone to, I suppose it seems it would be easy enough for someone a real person to follow up. I think an automated response perhaps does not suffice.
Right, even if they aren't the one who assembles responses, they could have forwarded it to that person or
Correct.
said, you should actually email this other email address. Okay.
And this body has ruled that not having an email monitored is not a legal reason not to respond.
I saw a reference in his letter. I saw a reference in his letter to him appearing at a January 2 board or task force meeting. I vaguely remember this. Does anyone else? Was it a different matter?
It was with the controller's office.
I'm a little curious of just the blanket statement about confidentiality, which they cited some case law for it, but they didn't really go into the specifics, because it seems like what he's asking for, which is pretty broad, but it's, anything to do with vicious crimes, staff or officers between A and B, right? And then to say all of it is excluded. It would be nice to have someone here to say, okay, what's your basis? Give us a couple of examples, and then if convincing, we could at least agree with them. But in the absence of that,
well, if you read in our memorandum from our legal counsel, it's in the last sentence, actually last paragraph on page 185 before questions. States September 6th, Mr. Black wrote an email to Mr. Barnes, claimed that he never received the automatic reply to initial IDR. Mr. Black disputes that all responsive records are protected by attorney-client privilege because he's already, wait, that doesn't sound right. Mr. Black disputes that all responsive records are protected by attorney-client privilege because he has already received at least 2 emails from different sunshine requests that are responsive to his current sunshine requests. Mr. Black claims neither of those documents can be protected by attorney-client privilege because, 1, the emails are between the city administrator's office and the controller's office. Neither is an attorney for the other. 2, attorney-client privilege cannot be invoked for a, quote, record previously received or created by a department in the ordinary course of business that was not attorney-client privilege with it was previously received or created. And he cited Sunshine Ordinance, Administrative Code 6724B, subparagraph Roman numeral 2. And under 3, under Government Code 6254.5, the Controller's Office waived attorney-client privilege for the city when it produced an email that the city administrator now claims is privileged. So there's not much of a defense there for the respondent on on the points of attorney-client privilege. Now the question is, does documents exist? And Mr. Black, in his letter, states that he had already presented to us evidence of that that they had discussions about this hearing officer, this dog hearing officer, and that the respondent continues to deny it. So, so I think that's kind of where we're at here. Is they're saying unresponsive records, or they're saying it's protected by attorney-client privilege. And so, which is it? And is there a violation?
I was looking at the response from Bill Barnes. It's on page 270, where he talks about what's considered confidential for the controller, and he underlines all drafts, notes, preliminary reports of controllers, benchmark studies, audits, investigations, other reports shall be confidential. So he put that in there. But that all seems like controller documents to me. These are city administrator documents, and just because the controller asked for them, it seems to me odd that only at the point where he asked for them, now suddenly they're confidential, where if the controller hadn't asked for them, they wouldn't be. I'm reading that part that's underlined and bolded there as things in the controller's realm, their audits, their investigations, things they do around whistleblower investigations. But if they ask for a document from another department, I don't see why suddenly, because they asked for it, now suddenly it's confidential. I'm not.
Unless it's part of a whistleblower investigation.
which they're not really claiming. They're just throwing that out there.
Would that document become suddenly confidential?
I think it would.
If yesterday you could come in and ask for, hey, I'm curious about, whatever document sitting in, let's say, Public Works, and tomorrow, controller asks for that same document. Now has it suddenly become?
So here's the thing. let's take it out of that let's put it into a law enforcement context. So they're on an investigation. They collect all kinds of records, some which may be public, some which may be not. But the investigative file is protected.
Right, but they're not, but it's the administrator who he's targeting, not the controller. in
Right,
this.
exactly. So
Right.
I'm just giving that as,
Right.
as a kind of a crude context.
Right,
but-
so I would say that the controller who may be in possession of these documents wouldn't be compelled because obviously it's part of their file. And this
So
looks like would
if
apply.
he filed his request, not to the controller, but to the
That's what the administrator, that's what
Yeah,
this
but this
case
is with the city administrator, so
but,
I don't.
but the way he's phrased it is all communications between. And as soon as you invoke between, then they can potentially mount this controller defense. Take out the controller.
No.
Right. Maybe take out the controller portion.
And say
but-
anything to do with vicious dogs officers coming to this administrator. Boom. Then that disappears.
Well, but if the city administrator had the documents independent of the case file, that
Right,
the
that's-
controller, they still are holding a public document.
That's my point, exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. And so, yeah, I
And it's
agree.
hard to
Yeah.
figure out what part of the communication may be directly related to an investigation versus what you just said. They may
Well,
just
Is it
exist independently.
inside or outside?
Right.
Okay.
Right. And it's hard to because they're not here to tell us.
But that's okay. I mean, but the fact that we have two independent departments, one that could declare some sort of protections for confidentiality or withholding, but the other which does not, and ultimately has the documents, okay? And there's no statement of any advice from their legal counsel of whether they can't release it under attorney-client privilege or anything like that. There's no discussion of that I can find. Then yeah, they're withholding public documents that they have no right to at that point.
That's kind of how I'm reading it.
And I think we know that the documents exist because they're invoking this privilege.
Right.
Right.
So there's something there.
Yeah, Member Joshua.
The question that I'd love to ask the city administrator's office, except for they're not there, is that if the requested documents did explicitly not relate to a whistleblower, would they have been turned over? Because what we have, as I read this, is basically, I can't tell you if there's a whistleblower complaint, but in the event that there were a whistleblower complaint, I couldn't turn over these documents, and I can't turn over these documents. And I can't confirm that A plus B equals C. However, if C, A. And without a human being to interface with that, I just start chasing my tail.
I'm not quite sure of the rules around the whistleblower program as to who gets to invoke that. Is it only the investigative body that gets to invoke that they can't confirm or deny, or is it anybody else outside of that?
I mean, I'd love to ask the controller's office that same question as well, but they're not in the room either.
There are only two bodies that can accept and manage whistleblower cases. That's the controller and the ethics commission. There's no other body in the city that can manage whistleblower cases, according to that program. So I can understand if the controller were to say that because they're part of the investigation, the investigative body. But outside of that, if somebody had knowledge, I mean that's already happened to some folks where it was leaked that there was that they were whistleblowers. They lost their jobs. They sued the city for millions of dollars.
Right. I mean, I guess the question that I'm curious about is if we ask the controller's office whether they prevent the city administrator's office from turning this over. We don't know who is,
unless they're party. If they're party to the whistleblower case. That becomes the question then.
If the city administrator is a party.
The city
that's yet another layer that's possible here.
Right.
I mean,
if they're not party to it, then for what reason are they withholding records? That's a question. They're not party to the whistleblower case. And if they are party to the whistleblower case, they probably were instructed that they don't have to say whether they are. They also cannot confirm or deny in order to protect the whistleblower.
So is there any way out of this envelope? Because especially, I'm just, it's starting to feel like Mr. Black's references of national security and unable to.
Well, the question is this is about the hiring of a hearing officer. Under what circumstances is there a whistleblower case? That's curious to me because of the documents that Mr. Black had already submitted of communications that they had not hired hearing officers. I mean, it was just more about administrative decision-making than it is of, somebody blowing the whistle about, because usually you're blowing a whistle about either conduct or about malfeasance of money. That the controller only deals with money. Everything else is the Ethics Commission when it comes to conduct or campaign finance or stuff like that. So I don't know. It's curious to me is, for the information that he's asking for, how does that even touch a whistleblower case? And I'm looking at this letter, this September 25th, 28 letter. It doesn't say. It doesn't state that record that he's asking for is specific to any that it's specific to a whistleblower case at all. They just throw it in there.
They just paste it in that statement.
Yeah. They just throw it in there. I mean, we are in receipt of the above title complaint. Due to provisions of the San Francisco Charter, we cannot substantively respond to this matter and ask you to dismiss the complaint today. Mr. Black's complaint alleges the Office of the City Administrator failed to provide in communications between the City Administrator's Office and the Controller's Office about hearing officers for vicious dangerous dogs. The Office of the City Administrators responded to Mr. Black's previous request and provided responsive records when appropriate. And then it just drives right into Appendix F of City Charter entitles the authority of the duties of the City Services Auditor to establish a whistleblower program. What does that have to do with I don't get it.
So this
Am I missing something?
This is a guess because we don't have all the necessary information, but if it's involving hearings around hiring, maybe there's a whistleblower case having to do either with nepotism or discrimination in terms of pay scale. I mean, is that what we might be looking at here?
I mean, maybe this is the.
I'm sorry. Going back to Member Wolf's statement, these are answers we're not going to get tonight. So I think we should just concentrate on what we know. They definitely have a time issue. They didn't respond in a timely manner. I don't care that they didn't monitor their email correctly. And according to Mr. Black, they didn't give them responsive documents. To me, that's all that I can get out of this.
So page 272, the last paragraph, this is also from the Office of the City Administrator. We have conducted a diligent and thorough search of our records. We have withheld records responsive to your requests on the basis of attorney-client privilege. See California in these code sections. To the extent that we have any documents which relate possibly to your complaints to the controller's whistleblower unit, such documents would be privileged and therefore exempt from disclosure. That's where it begins. So they're claiming that.
Well, are they? Again, it seems like a standard template just thrown in.
Right. But you throw it in there as as a cover, right? It could be. Look, maybe there is a whistleblower case. We can't know because it's protected. So how do you find out? So let's call upon our legal counsel again. Is there any way for us? I mean, it would be we went through an entire, very long period of time where we had respondents coming up and using the rule of reason as not to produce some or all of a request, which we found even before some of us were even here in previous iterations of this task force, found to be disturbing because it seemed like an easy way not to comply. Just wondering if this, is there any way for us to be able to get confirmation so that justice can be served? And if that means going outside of the task force, that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, in the normal course of civil litigation, if someone were to withhold documents on privilege grounds, on anything like this, they would be required to produce a privilege log. And the privilege log would identify each particular document that's being withheld, generally by date, generally by communications between the individuals that were involved, and the subject matter of the communication. Obviously, there's nothing in the Sunshine Ordinance that requires that level of specificity. And as a practical matter, probably couldn't, because the Sunshine Ordinance is a lot more broad and general than civil litigation. I mean, you don't have to file a lawsuit to ask for documents. But I wonder whether the task force could put the question to the city administrator as to the nature of the documents that are being withheld. I don't know if that's within the scope of what you can do, or whether or not they'd respond if they're not showing up today.
Well, we do. We actually, of the few, if maybe I should say, of the couple of areas of enforcement, quote unquote, or powers that we have, we can compel the production of records, and I think at least going as far as to ask generally what the nature is. I mean, we could also even ask the city attorney also for them to review, and actually we could actually petition the supervisor of records, which is the city attorney, to actually review as to whether the information could be disclosed or not, because that actually is also part of the process in 6721D, which actually is, another, generally people, instead of going through our whole process, they can go directly to the city attorney, to the supervisor of records, and ask them to do exactly what we're doing here. Mm-hmm. And if they're not happy with the response from the supervisor of records, then they can go the next step and come here too. So we can do that. We can implement, that part for ourselves. Let me see if I can find it here. So upon determination that the record is public, the Sunshine Task Force shall immediately order the custodian of the public record to comply with the person's request. If the custodian refuses or fails to comply with such an order within 5 days, the Sunshine Task Force shall notify the district attorney or the attorney general, who may take whatever measures he or she deems necessary to ensure compliance with the provisions of this ordinance. That doesn't mean decide something else. That means what we deem to be true in fact to carry it out on our behalf, because we don't have the authority to do it ourselves. The voters didn't give us that authority. So there's that. That's one of the few, powers that we have.
But through the chair, that applies if the records are public, but are they releasable, right?
Yeah, but they're we don't know if they're releasable
Right,
or not.
exactly.
So that's why we're saying that if we put this in the hands of the DA or the AG, they have the authority to go in. They can take them to court. They can, have a judge look at it in camera and have a judge, and that's been one of our problems here is not being able to see things in camera. We don't have that authority. We could also do this. We could refer it to the Ethics Commission because they have that authority. Also, because they're an enforcement body. Now, under 6721, that doesn't provide us with that provision. But we can if we make a determination that there's a violation based upon unresponsive records, timeliness, things like that, then it gives them, then it provides us with the ability to make that referral to the Ethics Commission. Now, if the Ethics Commission finds that they don't have the authority, they can then approach the DA or what have you. I mean, I'm just throwing out some ideas here.
Through the chair, what if we, and not that they deserve it, but what if we send them a letter from the chair saying, we found a violation today. We'd like you to explain more fully why you feel these are privileged documents. If we don't hear from you, our next recourse is to send this to the Ethics Commission for enforcement and potential penalties. Just lay out where this is going to go.
Well, we can lay out both.
Yeah.
We could say, this will either go to the DA, AG, or the Ethics Commission.
I missed that earlier part. So, I mean, and if that doesn't get their attention, then...
One thought I had was something similar is that, we could probably, if we were so inclined, move to find a timing violation, which I think is pretty evident on its face on the IDR, and then move to continue at the call of the chair while notifying the agency that that due to lack of, the appearance, or rather we will take this up again, and if the city administrator's office does not show up, we have a presumptive finding that they've made overbroad determinations of privilege and withholding for failure to explain them to us and to a satisfactory way to the claimant, and that any failure for them to appear to the call of the chair would be an admission of that presumption is fair.
Like that.
That way, it kind of gets at the please show up aspect that we've already found them for violating today. It recognizes at least the kind of concern I have that we don't really have enough in front of us to make a finding of a determination on the kind of substance of it, but then also says, we want to hear we want to ask you questions. We want to hear what you have to say about the withholding, the breadth of the withholding, and it doesn't seem right. It seems on its face to be overbroad, and so please show up and explain yourself. If you don't, we'll take that essentially as an admission that it's overbroad and we'll find you in violation.
I just want to remind everybody, this part of the procedure in our complaint procedure, this is the discovery part. This is we're trying to either, we're receiving information, we're getting, or we're trying to get it. So if we think of ourselves in this particular point as the investigators, I don't know if that puts a little different spin on it for you or what have you, but...
And can I make a comment on that?
Yeah.
Because just the way I usually think of that is, this person has filed a complaint regarding this specific section of the Sunshine Ordinance, and what documents do we need to have in the packet to come to a decision on whether a violation has occurred for this section of the ordinance. So, for example, if they say that the complaint is regarding failure to respond to an immediate disclosure request, you would look for some document that showed when it was filed, some document that showed the response that was given, and that would, those are the minimum documents that you need, and then going on for other complaints as well, or other sections of the statute that you want to look into. So
okay.
And I'm just wondering, would it be helpful, since they're claiming this attorney-client privilege? Obviously, they're saying that as the client. Would we find it at all helpful if we received some type of memorandum or something, presumably from their DCA, saying, I've advised them not to release this, from the attorney side? Because, I could say a bunch of attorney-client privilege. We don't even know if I have a lawyer, for that matter. I have no idea if they're even talking to an attorney. We haven't even established that yet.
Point. Well, I mean, it really is. It's really up to the respondent to make the case.
Right. So I didn't know if that was something we could ask for them.
We can ask anything we want, whether they give it to us or not.
Right.
It's a different story. But if you feel that will help provide more evidence into the file to help us make a decision.
I would find that helpful personally, to have someone else corroborate that.
What specifically do you want corroborated?
Well, if they're saying that, they can't release this because of attorney-client privilege, right? So obviously, if they have an attorney saying,
Well, that's not the reason that you don't withhold something because your attorney tells you for attorney-client privilege because your attorney has told you not to release it. You would be withholding it due to attorney-client privilege if it was a document between you and your attorney. Does that make sense?
Yep, I'm not even sure we're, at this point, sure that it's all related to an attorney-client privilege matter.
They're stating that it's attorney-client privilege.
And they're not even invoking.
And I hear what you're saying, but the document may not be part and parcel of attorney-client privilege anyway.
Well, I mean, I don't think you need the memo from the attorneys telling you that it's attorney-client privilege. Attorney could say that about anything. You need to know, what is this document?
Right.
So I just don't think that asking for that information is going to help us get to an answer. Because it's not just because your attorney said it's attorney-client privilege. The document itself has to be some type of correspondence or memo between you and your attorney. Does that make sense?
Does that help or hinder you?
I agree in that regard, that just them saying it wouldn't be enough. But I mean, at this point, like I said, it's so overly broad. I'm not even sure we've established they are talking to an attorney.
Well, I think something like a privilege log would help you with that, but not just the advice of, not just documentation of, like, the documentation of the advice between you and your attorney, that is actually attorney-client privilege, so we can't ask them for that.
Of course not, no.
But something like a privilege log would give you some type of basic descriptions of what the document is, and then you can kind of move on from there to see if a privilege would actually apply to it.
Maybe for us lay people, what would be contained in a privileged log?
I mean, I think our counsel has explained it. It often looks like a spreadsheet, and so it has like a to, a from, like who was the document, supposed to go to, who was it from, the date of the document, and then a brief description of what would be on the document. You guys, you might want to add something else. It looks like an Excel spreadsheet. Sometimes they're fancier than that.
It almost sounds to me like they, how many departments do consult with the DCA and then invoke, any of those communications as attorney-client privilege, because they're almost like blanketing that, it's between us, and by the way, we're throwing that on top. That's how it smacks to me, and that's why we're not satisfied with it. But in our letter that I like that Member Kate was penning over there or formulating, since we've already found them in a violation for not sending a knowledgeable person, we can add, the person named and any attorneys involved in this attorney-client privilege that you're invoking would be required to attend, something like that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, we can't the ordinance compels somebody to appear.
Okay.
So we can state that the ordinance compels you to do this.
Yeah.
Because we can't, it's a little bit difficult to say that we can order them to show up, but we can say that the law requires you to appear.
Okay.
So it takes the onus off of us, actually.
Can I make one more point about the privilege log? I mean, I don't even know if we really need it here. Usually that's when there's like a large volume of documents. And just looking at the memo that we received from our attorney, it explains that, the to and the from, it says that the to is the city administrator's office and the from is the controller's office or vice versa. So how would you apply attorney-client privilege to that? You don't. I mean, I think our own memo has explained that to us. The attorney-client privilege cannot be invoked for a record previously received, created by a department. Are you guys, do you see that? So I think that we could ask, I mean, I think the privilege log is something we could ask for, but I think the information that we have in the packet gives you what the columns that I've mentioned would be in there. It gives us that the email was between city administrator and the controller's office. There's no attorney involved. So getting information from their city attorney.
Of no consequence at that point.
Because we already have the basic information
And
here.
I think that's where we started the discussion, more or less, is if it was a whistleblower case and it was protected under the whistleblower case under the controller's office, they're compelled not to release the information. But if the city administrator had the information and it's a public document, related or unrelated to the whistleblower case, they must produce it. Yeah, Member Rodman.
I think there's enough for the timing violation. I think you could say the justification for withholding today is just overly broad. I mean, if they respond with attorney-client privilege and whistleblowing action when the guy didn't even ask about a whistleblowing action to begin with, and his response is, why are you telling me about a whistleblowing action? There's no tailored response to what he's specifically asking for. And if any agency can just respond with attorney-client privilege, and by the way, I think, if I remember correctly, the respondent holds the privilege, the attorney doesn't. So even if the DCA comes here, they're going to say, well, I can't divulge it. It's the respondent who holds the privilege, not me.
Right.
So to me, they're not here. They send out a blanket letter that says, we're not divulging this for these kind of pro forma reasons. And that's the extent of what the guy got in response. Sorry, Mr. Black.
Yeah. And I think,
but I think you can do that and then find an violation, and they have to tailor it.
and on that note, it could be a different privilege, like their whistleblower makes me think there's an active investigation going on, so it would have been something like that they could use, but attorney-client privilege, which I think is more of an absolute privilege than investigation, would be something that wouldn't be the appropriate one for them to invoke.
Member Canada?
After hearing all of this, I just think that we should send this on, not send them a letter saying we're thinking of sending this on. They've not showed up at any hearing. They've provided this total blanket response. I don't see what a warning saying we're going to send this on if you don't show up or give us more information. What's that going to do? To me, well, let's decide where we can send it to try to get this man his information. But to me, it's obvious they have no regard for the process.
I have a question. So wouldn't our action be, making an order of determination that the violation has taken place?
Well, it would be kind of almost word for word from the ordinance itself. The task force shall immediately order the custodian to comply with the person's request. If they fail to do so within 5 days, the task force shall notify the district attorney. This is like not our. It's not an option. We shall do it. So, and we can send that communication quoted from the ordinance, and it leaves us no. At this point, it leaves us no choice. I feel it leaves us no choice. At this point.
Yeah, I agree.
Any other discussion? Okay. So let's finish our process here.
So a motion.
Well, wait, we got to call for rebuttals. And then
okay.
we will finish our process, right? Okay. So the respondent has 3 minutes for rebuttal. Respondent is not present. The petitioner now has 3 minutes for rebuttal. The petitioner is not present. And now a motion.
I think we need to give those rebuttals some room to breathe and really absorb what they had to say.
So a motion to find a violation of 6725 for not responding in a timely fashion to an IDR, and 6721 for not providing any public records. And what's the 6721 what that we must send it?
E.
6721E.
But didn't we deal with 6721E before we even got into the meat of this?
We already
No, we did representative.
For not sending a representative.
What is 6721E?
6721E says that we compel them to provide
Got it, thanks.
the documents, and if they don't do it in 5 days, this goes to the.
Got it, thanks.
And did you say failure to provide no documents at all or insufficient?
Insufficient. Because I think there is reference to
Yeah, yes.
complete
Wait,
documents.
Forgive me, so D or E?
E.
E, okay.
And it starts off with, if the custodian refuses, fails to comply, or incompletely complies with a request described in B above. And B above starts out, a custodian of a public record shall, as soon as possible and within 10 days following receipt of a request for inspection, comply with such request. This is like no uncertain terms. You must do this.
Right.
Okay. Anything else to add on to this? To any other points? So, Member Kanata, make the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Second by Member LaHood. Any public comment? Seeing no public comment, any further discussion or debate? Should we move to a vote? Please call the roll.
Member Kanata?
Aye.
Member Kanata, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
No, it was Member LaHood.
Member LaHood, sorry about that.
Aye.
Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Martin?
Aye.
Member Martin, aye. Member J. Wolf?
Aye.
Member J. Wolf? Member Tesfaye?
Aye.
Member Tesfaye, aye. Member Kate? Member Kate, aye. Member Hensy?
Aye.
Member Hensy, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay. Let's call the next item.
Item number 8, file number 19046, review of possible amendments to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force bylaws and complaint procedures. We are considering amendments from the Rules Committee regarding bylaws and considering amendments regarding closing of files due to inactivity. I think the changes were supplied, I believe, to everybody. They were underlined in the text.
They're in your packet. They're underlined. This is what we came up with about 3 months ago. When we met last.
Mm-hmm.
Cheryl, I had a question on the language on page 287 about the attendance policy and who to notify. We had actually originally had the chair and vice chair, and then we decided to strike that, and then it looked like it made its way back in here.
87?
Page 287 on section 2 attendance. We had the discussion about should members have to personally send emails or whatever, or text or call the chair directly, or should it go through the administrator? So we had decided to strike that from the second line there of section 2.
So you wanted the second sentence to be struck?
It would say the way we had come up with it was members of the task force shall notify the task force administrator if they are unable to attend the regular meeting. We had originally toyed with the idea of putting in the chair and the vice chair, and then we subsequently removed it.
Right. So that edit
didn't look like it didn't make it in.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry. So it should read: members of the task force shall notify the task force administrator if they are unable to.
Correct.
Yes.
That's the way it currently reads.
Yep.
We had talked about inserting the chair and the vice chair, and then we said, okay, well, should there be communications between the members and the chair and the vice chair? Should there be, how would they report it? And we decided, it'd probably be better just to, if someone needed to be absent, to send it through.
Because then the
task
next
force
sentence
administrator.
says the chair or vice chair acting will determine if the absent shall be deemed. So
Right.
at
So
that
the-
point, it gets to the chair.
Right. So the task force administrator would then
Well,
notify the chair and vice chair.
all right, I guess, never mind, it's me sitting in this chair, but any chair.
Right.
As a matter of function for the chair is to facilitate the meetings, to make sure the quorum is happening and, and all kind of a lot of the procedural stuff around managing how the meeting will go in a functionality. Why does it seem objectionable if a member, it's not substantive whether a member can make it or not, that the chair should not be notified?
No, should the onus be on the task force? What that would do if we put in the bylaws, then you would be presumably obligated to share your contact information with everyone here, and we would be obligated to contact you directly. That's okay. We just didn't know if any chair would want to be in that situation. It would.
Well, it's kind of how things are happening now. People email me or call me or text me and say, I'm not going to be able to make the meeting, or I'm going to be late to the meeting, or something like that.
And that's fine. We just didn't know if that would be something, not just you, but any chair would want to, would it be more streamlined to have it go through? We keep it in.
We're still on the first sentence, right?
Right.
Okay. I don't know what why, just for being notified, I don't understand what the conflict is. If the chair were to be told directly or not.
Yeah, the action is the next sentence, really.
Yeah, but that's independent.
Right.
It's what first sentence is. Sorry, the first sentence is notification. The second sentence is to actually make a decision about something. So that's a different question.
Right.
So are you saying that the chair should not, the chair or the vice chair, in the absence of the chair, should not be making a decision whether it's excused or not?
No. What I'm saying is, should the task force members, should you have to give your contact information to all the task force members? Should we?
They wouldn't necessarily have to notify
Oh, I
the
see what
chair.
you're saying. It's just a matter.
Like, do you want to give me your phone number so I have to now text or call you, or should it go through Cheryl?
Is it sufficient to contact Cheryl and ask her to get it to you?
Should there be communication between members and the chair outside of Cheryl being involved?
Yeah,
And we figured it'd be
got you.
better to funnel it through Cheryl. We tell Cheryl, she tells you, type of thing.
I see what you're saying. So, okay, I see what you're saying. So, well, let's put it this way.
Doesn't matter to me.
Under Smith versus San Jose, all of our, and we're public officials, all of our emails are sunshineable. Okay, so if we're communicating with each other. All of our work emails, yes, I'm sorry. All of our business, social, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force related stuff. So if at any point somebody had contacted you at one point or another, that information becomes public anyway. Communications that Cheryl might have sent to all of us independently or as a group, email, that's also sunshineable already, never mind Smith versus San Jose, but may be redacted for certain reasons, okay? So I'm not, I think for the purposes of attendance, I mean, unless you feel that there's some other compelling reason, I'm not necessarily.
No. Nothing personal. It was just, we didn't know if anyone who would be in the chair's position would want to share their contact information with everyone. And have it be out there. See, like if I were to contact you or any of us, do you want to give me your phone number so and you may be okay with it, but would the next chair be okay with it?
Yeah.
Because they would then be compelled to share their contact information.
Okay,
with the group.
now I understand what you're saying. So you're talking about the chair's
Yes.
privilege.
Yes.
Okay.
Would
got it.
you want everyone to call you on your cell phone?
That's my
But
point.
they do
yes.
already. So
Yeah.
for me, it doesn't
I don't
matter.
have your cell phone. Not that I'm asking
I
for
don't
it.
care.
But and I know, and you say you might not, but is that something we want to put in the bylaws for anyone who occupies the chair?
Yeah,
position?
okay, all right, that's a good point, okay.
Through the chair,
Yeah.
do we have any definition of what an excused absence is?
No, we do not. And I was going to comment on the same one. I was going to go at sequitur, but that's okay. We can bounce around a little. I'm a little concerned about, even if somebody under a list or a description of what we might think as an excused absence or based on the honor system, the question is an excused absence, would that, it supposedly doesn't count against your regular, missing of a regular meeting. So, suffice to say, if it can be abused. So how do we figure through all of that? And I would suggest that you only allowed one excused absence per year. Because already, if you miss 2 regular meetings, so that would make a total of 3. So which we only meet 12 times a year. So to miss 3, it's significant. So they already, the ordinance already feels that 2 is significant. So I would say, people are given to miss 2, but the 3rd can be excused, but that's it.
I don't think there's actually, because we looked at that, I don't think there's actually anything in the ordinance itself.
No,
any
there isn't.
number,
This
right.
is our own, but the ordinance requires us to make these rules.
Right, just
Yeah.
the policy, yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
all.
you had said there was 2 in the ordinance. There's not actually a number in the ordinance.
Oh, right.
More of an internal administrative.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So, all right. So do you want to remove the chair, in that first sentence, you want to remove is that your intention, was to remove it?
That was our intention in the Rules Committee, to remove it, just to not put that onus on whoever is the chair to compel them to share their personal information with the group. But, I mean, I don't know what the
So
group
it's
feels.
just notify me?
And then
then you'd notify the chair.
Then you'd relay it, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
We do that with a ton of other
That's what I figured, and so
communications
to have
anyway.
that type of.
Yeah. That's okay. And if people don't want to do that and they want to contact me directly because they like the sound of my voice, that's okay too.
They could do too, yeah.
So I'm okay with that. So everybody else think, okay. So we're striking the SOTF chair out of the first sentence.
What about the second sentence?
In the second sentence, I would like to, it would actually be an amendment to the third. I guess not. Well, I guess it would be an amendment to the second sentence, deemed an excused absence, and then something like maybe semicolon, of which there, only one excused absence per year.
You mean one?
I mean, if we're going to do that, right?
Yeah.
And as you said, an excused absence, whatever, even if there's a list, people can abuse it. Why don't we just say you get 3 absences a year, and after 3, and just take the excused out of there?
We talked a lot about this. We spent a good piece of time on this one paragraph, and we tried to preserve it to the call of the chair as much as possible to let you make the determination of whether it is or it's not, and not try and quantify it or codify it too much.
Right. We talked about trying to come up with a list, and we're like, as soon as we come up with a list, we're going to forget something.
Right.
Say car accident, someone's in a bike accident, right? So
because it's not in the charter, and it's really something administrative, it's something internal,
So my
and to
point
give
my
ourselves.
point is, why even have it to the call? If you've missed 2 and you're going to miss a 3rd, and you say it's excused,
what does it matter?
What does it matter? If the rule is if you miss 3, then the next one you get.
We have
Recorded.
had people in the past, and I think we still have someone that's never showed.
Don't personalize it.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying. I think having the, again, to the call of the chair allows you to rather than just 3, I don't know. I mean,
But, yeah.
there are some people that have never, it's clear they're never going to show up, never did show up, and that slows down our work, etc. Do we then have to wait for them to not show 3 times before, or is the first absence not excused, second absence not excused, and then we can move quicker? I don't know.
Well, I guess the point of having the excused absence is that missing 2 regular meetings is more, the consequence is more punitive. It's basically a request for removal, and so you don't want to count an excused absence as part of that. That is the purpose of the excused absence.
Right, but if you're saying 1 excused absence, instead of 2 absences, make it 3. And the reason, again, is because to the call of the chair leaves it open to interpretation and whatever. It could be personalized, whatever the situation might be. I don't know if any chair would want to be in a position to make the determination, or every chair would.
But I guess the point is, if somebody didn't exercise an excused absence, right now our rule is you're only allowed to miss 2.
Right.
That's as much as we could bear. So what we're saying is that for the extraordinary circumstances, somebody needs an excused absence. It won't count against you punitively. Something comes up last minute, it's emergency, that kind of thing.
And what happens with the second excused?
There is no second excuse.
Okay,
I'm
so-
saying there's only 1 excuse.
Right, so you're basically
year.
giving a person 3 absences before there's any punitive stuff.
No.
2 and an excuse.
No, it's only 2. If they miss if they miss 2 regular meetings in any 12-month period that were not excused, that's the amendment, that were not excused.
Okay.
If the 3rd or subsequent unexcused absence from a regular meeting occurs in the same 12-month, the chair or the vice chair will put forth the action.
Yeah, we spend a lot of time on this and try to get the language so that it gives.
But I think the intent is fine. I think I'm not so much concerned about the language as I am the intent. I think the intent is fine. Some people may not ever invoke an excused absence, but if they miss 2 meetings in any 12-month period, they're out.
No, it says on the 3rd one.
On the 3rd one, they would be out. But if the 3rd one was in unexcused absence for some reason, then they wouldn't be out, and it just gives a little buffer for those times. I'm bring up the point of it being abused because we've had lots of problems in the past, and not recently, but years ago we had lots of quorum issues.
Yeah,
so
like 5, 6 people show up and we have to cancel the meeting.
You have to cancel a meeting, and you don't have another one for another month, and then you have a double load, and that's not right. Where you have to have a special meeting, you have to call a special meeting to make it up. So I'm just saying, on the honor system, if people need an excused absence, then you make it. And we hope that people are righteous about it.
There's something in here, or change to the task force. Is that a note to us, Cheryl, to look at that? If the 3rd sentence, or was it the 4th sentence? If a 3rd or subsequent unexcused, the chair or vice chair, brackets, or change to the task force. So that's
That was
a note to us. All right, so we should take that out or change it, I guess, right?
That's not in the original.
I think it was part of the notes that made it into this paragraph to remind us to decide.
Yeah, I don't recall that being what we didn't have that language in there. So
I don't think
that's
so.
A note
Yeah.
from Cheryl, that looks like.
Yeah,
I don't recall that.
Take that out then. Just take out that parentheses.
Same thing with the second one that says shall or may. I'm guessing that's a note from Cheryl for us to pick.
Yeah.
So you want to take out the or may? And just say
We talked about that because shall is shall and may again.
Well, we had talked about shall versus may. I mean,
Right.
I'm not sure which way we want to go. I mean, we had, talked about both, where shall is.
Again, if it's may, then it leaves it up to the call of the chair. Right?
Right.
Yeah, which is consistent with what the other things that we've said. And request removal of the member from the task force. Did we put that in there? I don't remember that.
No, I don't think we did, but I think that might be a Board of Supervisors thing.
Yeah, I don't think that's.
Yeah, it just says,
Yeah.
right now, it just says, shall notify the Board of Supervisors of a member's
Yeah, I
lack
don't-
of attendance.
I don't remember putting that in there, Cheryl. I don't know where that came from.
I think that it's been there, I thought.
No, I'm looking at the original here. It's not, it just says the chair of the task force shall notify the Board of Supervisors of the member's lack of attendance, which is basically code for, take action, do something. It's implied.
One page down, it's already much cleaner.
Oh.
One page
Are
down.
we looking at an older
Page 1 of
288? Go down one page. Section 2.
288.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it sounds really familiar.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
there's.
there it is.
Yeah.
Shall not miss. There, nice.
Yeah,
I'm
so.
getting confused because I'm reading this and I'm hearing all this other verbiage.
Perfect. That's yeah. So we got an old version in there, Cheryl, that we're focusing.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, I also
Okay.
pulled up the Rules Committee minutes. We have it in the minutes.
You have the one that shows the track changes with the bubbles on the right-hand
Yeah.
side?
I see that. No, but I was just looking at the Rules Committee.
Oh,
That's-
okay, got it.
That was one that we passed. So it looks like that may have been the starting point that.
That was your first draft?
I believe that, or yeah, something like that.
All right.
Right.
Because we did not, it just ended with.
I thought we had this down.
Remember,
That
it just
looks-
says,
that
shall
looks
now,
cleaner.
it said, shall notify the Board of Supervisors
Right.
of the member's lack of attendance, period.
Right.
I think you should add, I think the points above regarding in the absence of the chair for the vice chair. Because here it's either or, that the decision
Oh, that
can be
makes-
made by either or, and I don't.
We did that. We
No,
talked
that
about
was the intention, that
Yeah.
we included vice chair in case
I think
the
it
chair
should be
was not.
explicit.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be implicit.
So put that back in the
Yeah.
chair or vice chair brackets, acting in the absence of the chair, close brackets. So just add in that parentheses.
Just
from,
acting in the absence of the chair. Yeah,
Right.
acting in the absence.
So that
of the
one
chair, right.
parentheses on 287 can go back into the 288 paragraph.
Yeah, because if the chair's going to have the authority, then.
Makes sense.
Right.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. I think that was our intent as well.
Okay. What else do you have on your list here?
That took a long time.
How does it read right now? I'm a little confused. 288 is what we're.
288 is what it reads now with the addition of the chair or vice chair brackets acting in the absence of the chair.
Yes. That's
And the only thing is, in the last sentence, if there is if the third or subsequent unexcused absence from the regular meeting occurs in the same 12 months, the chair or the vice chair, same brackets, of the task force shall notify the Board of Supervisors of members' lack of attendance. Well, notifying them, is there some intention is there something that the task force wants to have happen? Now, in your first draft, you put the intention in there. The intention was to recommend removal.
I don't think we put that in.
We didn't, I don't know
You
where
didn't do
that.
that.
No, we
Okay.
didn't do that.
Where that came from, that's
All right.
not
I don't know
what
where
we
that came
passed.
from.
All right. Is there any interest? It's
the board's decision, right?
I think that language is consistent with
It's-
what's in the charter.
Removal is not, the appointment body, it has the pleasure of removal.
And that's the board.
That's the Board
Right.
of Supervisors. So, but it doesn't mean that you can't make a recommendation.
True, but would they need a recommendation? They can take it up on their own, correct?
Well, they may want context, and if they feel, yeah, go on. Sure.
I think we should go ahead and just leave it with recommending it to the board. And the reason is that, there may be a circumstance where we're like, oh, he's dealing with some sort of, very serious medical condition that they're going to get over, and we don't want to be bound to that. And the other thing is that we've been in places where we have the very minimum we need. And the moment that we say we're recommending you be removed for your absences, you're not going to come back. You're just going to flake on showing up to the meetings. And we're waiting until we get a new person appointed, whereas we're better with someone who's unreliable. We've notified the board that they have an issue with excessive absences, and hopefully they keep coming, because even today, and it's more complicated than that, obviously. Like, we had a 5-5 decision because we don't have a full 11.
Right.
Well, but that's for a different reason.
I did circumstance that about saying for a different reason.
I would just a moment. I would just say also, when you're interviewed by the Rules Committee, that's somewhat the very first question they ask you.
Right.
Are you able to make every meeting?
Yeah.
It's only 12 meetings a year. If you're going to do this, it's that kind of thing. So, and because we're serving the public, and the public and even staff, get really annoyed when we, we have to cancel a meeting, or because due to lack of quorum, or because we're pared down to actually 6 people that show up, and 6 people have to make. There has to be a positive vote to approve a substantive decision. That becomes a bit onerous. So, the question is whether you want to offer tolerance or have zero tolerance.
Yeah, I think, going back to an earlier case when we didn't have a member of the disabled community, we had to dissolve until we got that person in place. So it would be unfortunate to have it where we ask for that termination, and then we're already at 6, and then we're at 5, and then we have to wait until the Rules Committee elects that person to replace. So I think leaving it the way it is notices them. It's consistent with the charter, and they'll bring it up at re-election time, or if they want to act on it, they have that.
All right.
That purview.
Look, this is our document. We can amend it any time. So, let's. Do you want to vote on this, or do you want to vote on it? Is there any? Let me take a straw poll.
I like it the way it is.
Is everybody okay where it is, and we can then vote on the whole thing altogether? Maybe I'll put it this way: is there any objection to moving on? Is everybody okay with this? Okay, good. Okay.
Actually, I'm going to bring up one thing just because it jumps out at me.
Sure.
We say he / she like 3 different times in here. I think it could be easily written around not to have to use those pronouns at all.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
But I won't stop things if we don't do that, but I would like to bring it up because it is a timely and current issue, and I think if we can just get that out of there, it'll make a lot of people happier.
Just insert they?
No, you could say
either insert they or
the member.
Yeah, member. Just put
put member.
Yeah, member, or in one case, I think it's the chair or the administrator,
Yeah.
and I think that will
Save
us a lot of heartache.
Because, the title of it is membership. So, and it starts out with the word members. So let's replace he, she with member, the member.
And so does it have to come back to us with that change now? Or is
If
that
a member.
There's no motion.
If a member.
Do you want me to tell? Okay, hang on. Because it appears 3 times. Hang on.
So members of the task force, if a member is unable to attend a regular meeting of the task force.
Right.
And then the next one is?
The chair may cancel a meeting if the chair is informed. I think this is
another page.
Under Article 4 meetings, Section 4.
What page is that?
It says page 2 of 6. Oh, sorry, the 289. And then the last one is at the top of 290. When a member of the task force desires to address the task force, the member shall seek recognition.
Okay, great. And if there are any other pronouns like that, to replace them with a member, the member, member. Yeah.
Shouldn't or I'm sorry, not shouldn't, but couldn't Article 4, Section 4, instead of repeating the chair, just say, if informed by the task force administrator,
Yeah, that works.
rather than
Yeah.
chair?
Mm-hmm. Fine. Okay, what's your next, what was the next item on this? Was there anything else, any other amendments?
Other bubbles.
I don't think so. I think it was just the attendance policy was all we had ready.
Oh, it's, okay.
We'd also talked about, actually, it's higher up about what to do. This is the procedures, not the bylaws, though, about people, complainants not attending and sending representatives on their behalf. If you scroll up to page 285.
Oh, on the complaint procedures. Right. Oh, okay. All right, so let's, the complaint procedure is a different
But that's
document.
separate, so, yeah, I think that's all we had for the bylaws.
Right, so let's move on the, is there a motion to approve the bylaws as amended?
Sure.
Okay, moved by member Kanata, is there a second? Second by member Kate. Any public comment? Seeing no public to comment. This is substantive, let's do roll call, please. Member Kate.
Member Kanata?
Aye.
Aye. Member Kate? Member Kate? Aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee? Aye. Member Martin?
Aye.
Member Martin? Aye. Member J. Wolf?
Aye.
Member J. Wolf? Aye. Member Tesfaye?
Aye.
Member Tesfaye? Aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood? Aye. Member Hinsey?
Aye.
Member Hinsey? Aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland? Aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf? Aye. The motion to approve passes.
Okay, now to the complaint procedure.
Page 285.
Okay.
So we're approving the edits? Is that what we're doing?
This is just the underlying stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
This is, I believe, for anonymous, but
Anonymous complaints, yes it is.
yes.
So you're opening up, you're opening up accommodations for the respondent. That's the first one in 1A.
It looks like that way, yeah.
Yes.
Because usually we only accommodate the complainant, right?
Well, it's the way it was written.
But sometimes the respondent, lets us know timely they can't attend a meeting. And I think we've honored them in the past, but not always.
Well, the question becomes then, the ordinance requires a representative from the respondent side. How does this somehow
contradict that?
Affect that, subvert it? Affect, does it affect it in any way?
I think actually, I think you're right, Chair Wolf. I think we can take it out because this section is talking about anonymous complainants, so we don't even need to address respondent.
Yeah, respondent is not anonymous.
No, I think we're talking about accommodations. I think we were talking about like a telephone or something. Now that I'm thinking about it,
Like ADA-related accommodations.
I think we were saying that we had afforded complainants the ability to call in under special circumstances, and should that be extended to the respondent? Not that the respondent gets to just not show up.
But I don't think respondent has the pleasure of being anonymous, do they? According to the charter.
No, they do not.
No.
Therefore, this is really.
I think when we were talking about, if I recall, it was if maybe like when people are out of town or
Except that people representing the city can send, they can send another representative in their place, and since
that's true.
they have many colleagues.
Yeah, we don't want to open up this Pandora's box. I don't think. Yeah.
And maybe it's better to remove it.
I'm wondering if we just took this from the regular attendance requirements from our general template, and that's why it's in there. And then that raised the question, should it be in there for that?
I'm a little confused by the heading here. It says attendance and requirements for the complainant and respondent. Is that meant to be attendance at the hearing by the complainant and respondent in the original, under Article C, Section 7 of the actual current complaint procedure? Because I'm not finding a 1A that relates to attendance. There's only one mention of attendance in the complaint procedure.
Yeah, I think maybe that's titled incorrectly now. I think what it should be reading is complaint procedures.
Yeah, here it is.
Yeah, it's number 7. It probably was taking a cut and paste
Yeah.
under the draft document and automatically changing the numbering from 7, which is what it is in our existing document.
Outline format. Yeah, okay. So yeah, unless, okay.
And I think the anonymous should have
Yeah,
its
I
own
think-
section somewhere else.
Yeah.
But anonymous isn't in.
You're not even referenced, is it?
It's not,
referenced in the.
yeah,
Okay,
it's not
so
that.
I think that's just a note for us to,
I-
you know,
To address it.
addressing in the new paragraph C.
I think we did address it. I think we should take out and anonymous complaints, because that's
I
confusing.
I think, so the first part of it, as it currently stated, stands is unless otherwise provided in these procedures, the complainant and the respondent are required to attend the hearings regarding complaints.
I think attend the hearings, period. Isn't that
No,
we
that's
agreed
what
on?
it's
Again,
this is what's currently active.
Okay.
Okay? However, at the discretion of the SOTF or its committees, accommodations may be made to accommodate special needs, circumstances, or requests of the complainant. Your amendment is and or the respondent. Is it and or? And or the respondent.
So that's something we can decide on. Whether we want that in.
I don't know where the to entertain special needs comes from. That's not.
That was afterwards, but we struck it because we included it earlier in the
Okay.
sentence.
Because the verbiage of accommodate special needs is better.
Especially.
But I, I'm kind of in alignment with Member Hensy that we do have, members of the city family who have disabilities or other special needs. I mean, accommodations isn't only a phone call about, being on the phone. So I'm open to, just as long as it doesn't hinder the ordinance's requirements to appear.
We had included it to give us more flexibility if need be.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't read this, leaving in the and or the respondent, that underlined section. I don't think where this, as it's numbered right now, 1, A, B, C, D, you insert that into the existing complaint procedures, I don't think you can read, or anyone could fairly read and or the respondent in paragraph A to excuse the respondent's participation in whatever format that may take based on particular needs.
Okay.
I wouldn't be, I'm not particularly concerned that
Game the system
can
somehow.
game the system and
Yeah.
come in a
Got it.
mask or not participate or participate by phone
Okay.
without prior approval.
Okay. Everybody okay with that one? Yeah, we got nods all around. Okay.
So take out entertain special needs altogether.
And to entertain special needs altogether and leave it as the rest of it is original language, and then at the very end, after complainant, and we're adding and or respondent, the respondent.
Just or the respondent?
And or the respondent, because both can make can request accommodations. All right, the next one is C. Complainant may authorize a knowledgeable party or proxy to represent them at SOTF hearings. The signed letter authorizing a representative must be submitted with the following information: file number, statement that the third party is authorized to represent the complainant. Task force reserves the right to verify information as needed. I would just put authorize a representative.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put knowledgeable party or not. If they send somebody who's unknowledgeable, it's their fault. And proxy is not really necessarily, you know, I don't think that's a term that we can actually apply.
So complainant may authorize a party to
Or
represent.
how about someone?
Oh, yeah,
Authorize
authorize a
someone.
representative.
Authorize a
Yeah,
representative.
I mean, that's the way, you know.
I like to keep knowledgeable tracks that the same level as the city, which was something like that, but the knowledgeable requirement is responsible. Again, I don't know ultimately how much of this difference it may make to keep that in there or take it away, but I like knowledgeable.
Okay.
Because I think it just signals that please don't send someone here at the last minute to say, oh, wait, never mind, I couldn't make it. You know, ideally, we have methods to do that. I don't know, I just like
Okay.
knowledgeable.
So complainant may authorize a knowledgeable representative to represent them at SOTF hearings.
How about knowledgeable
Hearing.
person
Hearing.
to represent?
Yeah,
so you're not
instead
saying
of-
represent. Yes,
yeah.
I know Leela wouldn't let that one go.
Knowledgeable person to represent, okay.
Double represented, yeah. And the rest of it is really for the clerk, right, just to help them out? The signed letter authorizing representative must
Well,
be submitted with the following
It
information.
actually, no, it works for us because the last sentence.
So what's the verification? What are we verifying if all I have to provide is a file number and a
We can call the party and verify whether they actually wrote that letter or not.
Is that
That-
something you'd want me to do? Let
Um,
them, I see what the email is.
sorry?
I mean, when somebody sends me a letter, I know who's sending it to me.
No, you don't.
If it's, all right.
Somebody else can log in as them. Could have been some hacker. I could receive emails from my boss all the time. They're not from him. They're from somebody in
So are we
Czechoslovakia.
going to verify
So-
everyone that comes in? I mean, is that going to be a process?
No, it's not verifying everyone. This is
This
only in the
third parties.
case of
No,
somebody.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
If somebody authorizes a third party,
yeah.
We call
then we
the
would have to verify.
You have to
Okay.
verify.
Reserves the right to verify.
Because we've had that happen before. We've had people show up and here's a piece of paper. We don't know if they're properly.
So then we don't reserve the right, we will verify. It's part of the procedure.
You can, if you want. I mean, here it's becomes a choice.
Right. So how do you make that choice then? I mean,
All right. You want to?
Having the signed letter,
Okay.
if you're going to verify it. I mean, really, I mean, if they have the signed letter, isn't that enough? I think if you had the option.
Give me that document that you just signed right there. I'll take a picture of
Right.
it. Okay.
So just to,
Microphone.
oh, sorry. So just, I mean, I think it's good to have the option to verify because if it looks, you may not need to make 2 or 3 phone calls.
Yeah, that's
You know,
true.
you shouldn't have
Okay.
to, I don't think, to do that.
Yeah, I think we left it as reserves the right just to open it up. If it looks suspicious, if we're, we think we need additional, but I'm not sure we need to make a phone call necessarily every time.
Because the person who shows up would need to bear that letter saying, I am the third party, wouldn't they, when they come to the hearing?
You mean the third party would have to show the letter?
Yeah, the letter that the first party sent to Cheryl saying, I authorize this person and that person should show up, or...
No, the verification could be just a phone call.
Right.
Or you can email that person, and get a response back.
I mean, how's someone going to know that someone's not showing up in order to come in their place surreptitiously? Like,
Well, we've actually had that happen.
surprised.
People just show up knowing that somebody is not going to be there, and they just step in on behalf of them.
Yeah.
And then we find out later that they never authorized that person to do it.
okay, I hadn't seen that
Oh, yeah.
before.
Like the street artists are all like,
Happened a couple of times.
they all know what's going on with each
Not
other's cases. And
years ago, but it's happened. I mean, I think it's okay. I like the reserves the right to verify because it, as you're saying, Member Yankee, if it seems suspicious, then, then you can act on it. And then if the administrator wants to, the administrator will probably notify, the chair or the entire task force that's happening at some point. So, I don't know. I'm okay with it. It's up to you guys.
Yeah, good.
Either way.
Section D.
All right, let it simmer.
Okay, so section C, the only change is the word person instead of party/proxy.
Right. D, after an initial in-person appearance, the complainant may authorize the task force to proceed with a hearing on the complaint without the complainant's presence at the hearing.
That's repetitive. May authorize the STF to proceed.
With the hearing without their presence at.
Yeah, may authorize the SOTF to proceed.
How about just in absentia?
Or just proceed with all future,
No, not just to proceed. It's not the complainant's decision whether we should proceed with their hearing or not.
That's what it's saying. May authorize, like they say,
No.
I showed up for the first one and gave you what you needed. I can't show up for the rest, but please.
How about
Right,
after an initial in-person appearance, the complainant is not required to attend?
Don't like that.
Nope.
Because
Okay.
we want them here to answer questions.
Yeah,
But
I would say the complainant may authorize the task force to proceed with the hearing in absentia.
that's fine.
The only information that will be considered from the complainant will be the submitted written documents or information provided at the hearing.
At prior hearings.
At prior hearings. Note, who's
Only
this note?
information that will be considered from the complainant will be the submitted written documents or information provided prior to the hearing.
At
Prior hearings.
At prior.
Well, what
hearings.
about between hearings? They want to send in materials because they're following the case.
Right, I think what we're looking at here is like what Mike Black did today, where he submitted the letter and said, take my letter as my testimony. I've been to prior ones. I'm not showing up. Use this. So I think we were talking about those documents submitted for the hearing in lieu of their personal appearance.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like that line. The only information that we considered, because does that even have to be there? I mean, if they've asked us to proceed with their hearing, then we'll proceed. Any information they submit on a timely basis, a respondent goes into the next stage,
Yeah, I think if you delete that sentence, but keep preparing the note serves the function of that sentence that precedes it.
Oh, yeah. Complainant waives their rights to provide additional information or testimony if they authorize the task force to proceed with their attendance at hearings.
I think there are a
Without
couple of
their
edits there.
attendance, right?
Is it complainant waives or may waive? What's
they're
the
not
intention?
there, they
Okay,
waive it.
complainant waives their right to provide additional information or testimony if,
If
it says
they- right.
of, if they authorize the task force to
Yes.
proceed without
Without
their
their-
attendance.
yeah,
Without their attendance, right.
And actually, I would like to take out the additional information. The complainant is waiving their right to provide testimony, is all they're doing.
Right.
They should be able to provide information by email. Right, that comes out too.
Right.
All right,
So-
so it'll say complainant may waive?
I think
or
waives.
Wait, so the
Waives,
complainant waives or waive?
Waives.
Waives their rights
Provide testimony.
to provide testimony
If
if they authorize the SOTF to proceed without their attendance, period.
Period.
You don't need at hearings. Yeah. Yeah. Can you do it in the microphone, please? Thank you.
A closed parens or not, or no parens?
Do we want to make that a parenthetical? Is it?
why not? Why even the note? Just have that as a sentence.
Yeah, just take out note in the,
As a
in the
sentence,
front
right.
parentheses.
Yeah,
just make it its own sentence.
And then the last sentence is
Yeah,
repetitive.
I don't think we need the last sentence because we've already covered accommodations
Right.
higher up.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Taking out the last sentence, starting at the quotation, however, at,
Yeah.
and ending with to entertain special
Right.
needs.
And we're removing the parenthetical, we're removing the word note, colon, and we're removing the previous sentence, starting with the only information.
Complainant waives their rights to provide testimony if they authorize the SSGF to proceed without their attendance. Period, right?
Period, right. All right, next one is continuances, B2. So this is a new section. In order to provide determinations in a timely manner, the task force will schedule complaints for hearing as soon as possible at the discretion of the chair.
So why at the discretion of the chair? Shouldn't we be scheduling them as soon as possible?
the timing.
Because there are some times where the chair wants to have some other cases be put ahead of others. That's happens sometimes often.
Okay.
Just to get
And
a chair
it's
that's
sometimes here's a perfect example. You have 8 cases that are coming before that come up for a hearing. You know that you read through them. You know that 3 of them will take up the entire meeting. Okay, the chair's got to be in control of the agenda somehow.
Okay.
All right. If the complainant is unable and/or refuses to attend or schedule,
Scheduled, right?
refuses to attend
Scheduled hearing.
a
So get rid of
scheduled,
the slash and move the A before scheduled.
maybe that's meant to say refuses to attend or to schedule, or schedule.
They don't
No.
schedule, right?
Yeah,
They don't
no,
schedule
don't,
a hearing.
yeah. On a specific date within 121 days of the task, 121 days, the task force may schedule a hearing to consider table or closing the complaints without prejudice due to inactivity. I have a problem with this word table because it's a parliamentary
It's not a word the average
procedure.
person
Yeah,
understands.
it's generally, if you put something on the table during a meeting, the meeting ends, the thing dies. You know, it's not the same as, there's got to be a more judicial term.
I think we use filing in another piece of this.
Yeah,
But that's confusing too.
yeah,
Yeah.
closing
Yeah.
it's the closing of a file. It's not really, it's more of the kind of,
So just
I mean, it's
closing?
dismissing of a case is actually what it is. And I'm looking to our lawyerly friends here to help with a more, something out of the judicial arena. When a case gets dismissed, it's closed. What happens if, anytime a judge makes an order and it's done, somebody shows up, they don't show up. If they don't show up, I find in favor of so-and-so because this guy didn't show up, the case is dismissed, it's always dismissed, so. But we're talking about, not proceeding with a hearing. Yeah.
You could just dismiss without prejudice.
Dismiss without prejudice.
You can always bring it back.
Okay.
Can we also say is unable or refuses to attend a scheduled hearing? Because either they're unable or they refuse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's this term we've been using recently, dismiss without prejudice. Could we somehow use that?
Yeah.
I think that's what we're going to go with, yeah.
So,
Remember Yankee, do you remember this chapter?
Well,
This paragraph?
no, actually, I don't.
I don't
No,
either.
I don't. I think this may have come
I don't
from
think
Victor
this-
or something.
I don't think it's- yeah, this
yeah,
didn't
because we
come
didn't
from us.
talk about this part.
Cheryl, can I ask, was this something that Victor put in? Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
That's why it's not
settles
making
that.
sense, yeah.
but that being said, we did talk about the bylaws, and back then we used the language that we can take the following motions, and we amended the bylaws, and I think it was in December or January it was here. It says, make a motion to take no further action and close the file, because we had that discussion at the time.
Yeah.
So that's what we
Well, that's
decided
right.
back then, so maybe that's the exact language we should use.
Okay,
Because that's what's in our bylaws now.
sure.
So it was to,
Okay, so it would be to consider taking no action.
Take no further action and close the file.
Okay.
That's pretty clear.
Should that,
Yeah, that was from our December 5th
so
meeting.
what would, now, we've been through this before, where that's the intention of what we do, but what's the process for doing that? Do we, is there an action to take no action? I mean, the body has to, we have to, we just
Yeah, it said
we just can't be silent and let it die. I mean,
right. So the language we approved for the bylaws in the December meeting, so this
Yeah.
is what they say now. It says the task force may vote to take one of the following actions, including but not limited to, make a motion to find a violation, make a motion to find no violation, or C, make a motion to take no further action and close the file.
Okay.
That's what we came.
So
There we
we,
go.
we could vote
So let's
to
do
take
that.
no action.
Okay,
and close
great.
the file.
That took a long time too.
May schedule a hearing to consider taking no action.
Right.
And close the file due to inactivity.
That makes it
Yes.
positive. That makes it.
All right,
Yeah.
so
And can we add a comma after 120 days?
The editors are speaking.
if the complainant is unable and/or refuses to attend a scheduled hearing on a specific date within 120 days, comma, the SOTF may schedule a hearing to consider taking no further action due to inactivity.
No, just take it out of there.
Taking no further action and to close the file due to inactivity.
You need due to inactivity since we've got the 120 days.
Right. Okay?
I don't know if Leela's gonna. There's more there that you want to take out.
No,
I
it
do
was just
too.
can we change the and or just to or?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine. Oh, please be our wordsmith, Ms. Publisher, editor. No, okay.
Take out and/or and put what?
Just put or because it's going to be one reason or the other. It's never going to be both.
Okay.
All right. The next one is C.
I don't know what that's trying to say.
It shall, well, this is already, I think this is already
Not
in
from
there.
us.
It shall be the policy to grant continuance if requested by the complainant for the first time. The chair and her designee as authorized to grant a first-time continuance request.
Let's start from the beginning.
That one, I think, was only a, I'm looking at what's currently we have. That was just a changing of the his, her. So
Right,
that was just a pronoun change.
But is this supposed to say that?
It looks like Old English.
That a complainant can only ask for a continuance once?
That's what's
All right,
currently in
so-
it. There's the only change to that part is the part that's underlined.
Yeah,
That's what.
To me, doesn't make sense.
No.
it's a matter of cadence, I think.
Comes out.
The SOTF chair and his or her designee is authorized to grant a first-time continuance request. It maybe should be is at their discretion.
I think we
I don't
strike-
know why it's the chair and
think-
the designee.
I think we strike the whole thing and we write it fresh because none of that
Right,
looks
I
good to me.
agree.
Looks like 17th century English.
How about it should be, SOFTF,
So what it's trying to say is basically
Yeah.
the first-time continuances are generally granted. The rest is at the call of the chair. Or
yeah,
something
but
like
at the chair's discretion.
Right.
How about the SOTF chair may grant a first-time continuance if requested by the
May grant a first-time continuance, period. You don't need all the rest of it. It's implied that it's from the complainant, right? Subsequent continuances are at the call of the chair.
Yeah, it's just that it's the whole, really the crux of that sentence is really the last word. It's discretion. It's
Right.
at their discretion whether they want to grant it or not.
Yeah. So it could be.
They're authorized to grant a first-time continuance request.
Or we could say it's.
Okay,
It's
at their discretion. That's the,
That doesn't make
it's
sense.
kind of
That doesn't make sense.
the way, that's the load is authorized to grant a first-time continuance request.
Request, period.
Or
Well, it says at their discretion. That means, I guess it doesn't matter if you're authorized, you do it at your discretion
Right,
anyway.
you don't need.
You don't need, it's redundant, right? But it should be maybe it should be the SOTF chair or the vice chair acting in the absence of the chair. And continue with that. Is authorized to grant a first-time continuance request, period.
Actually, look at D and E, because it gets more into continuances. I think we need to take all three of those things and turn it into one bullet, or maybe two at most, because it's trying to tackle the whole continuance thing, and it's getting more and more.
Request for continuance until further notice shall not be granted.
Whatever that means.
Well, that's kind of
Continuance
not the same. It's not, yeah, either way. I don't like to, I never like when you try to mash too many of the, very actionable items together in one paragraph and one sentence. Because then you're trying to tear it apart to figure out which parts are active, which parts aren't. The ordinance itself already does that. And so it annoys the hell out of me to have to personally have to break down an entire paragraph to break out the actions.
So is request for continuance until further notice, does that actually mean request for continuance with no specified date?
Outside of the 120 days.
They can't call and say, hey, I want to continue, but I can't tell you when I want it to be.
Request for continuance will only, oh gosh.
So
Think about saying open-ended requests.
Yeah.
Say again?
Request for open-ended continuance request shall be rejected.
Or
it should be rejected.
Or you could start with, we're getting punchy.
Sure. Don't be shy.
Or you could just say that you could start with, it is general policy to grant a first-time continuance. The chair will grant further continuances at their discretion. Continuances may not exceed 120 days. And then the last sentence, matters continued for 120 days may then be considered, may be considered to be closed without prejudice. Those 4 sentences. Doesn't that capture everything we're trying to say?
Should D be continuances must specify, I don't know the legal term. How do you say must specify a date?
Yeah, a problem I have with that is if someone went before a complaint committee next week and then it gets scheduled for the July meeting and they say, well, I want a continuance until February of 2020. I'm not a fan of having a case linger around that long because it strings the other parties up too, and then you lose the institutional memory, especially if it goes over a appointment period. So let's try to keep things contained within the same year as possible. So I would, if anything, I would say like no more than 2 months. Yeah, I'd make it very explicit.
60 days.
And not after a transition period of the task force appointment period.
I think this is our administrator trying to prevent log jams is how I'm seeing this.
Yeah.
So maybe we could rewrite it to say it is general policy that the chair will grant first-time continuances. Typically, these continuances won't extend for more than 60 days. If you're going to your 60 days,
I would just say two regular SOTF meetings.
Wow.
Because they don't. Depending upon what they. Depending upon. Well, I
Why not just leave it as it is the general policy to allow the first continuance, and then everything else is up to the discretion of the chair in terms of all these details that were.
I was going to say you could simply maybe say requests for continuances are discouraged. That generally works. And then you could say,
However,
granting of continuances is entirely up to the discretion of the chair or.
Yeah, I'm not, because the thing is that I'm not confident that chairs in the future will operate the same way that maybe I do. So I would prefer to be be specific and explicit about a particular time. I think it makes it clear for everybody, that somebody asks for a continuance, they can ask for it no more than 2 regular SOTF meetings in the future, and it cannot, and it must be before the end of that term.
what if the continuance is in a subcommittee, though? I think the 60 days is cleaner, covers all continuances. You're talking about
why not just
full meeting continuances when you go back to the tool, because then where does the clock start, all that kind of stuff.
Can we continue the discussion on continuances?
But only for 60
Only for
days.
2 months, right?
Do you want to not decide on that right now?
Yeah, I don't.
Really?
You want to mull it over?
Really?
Well, let's make a decision.
Let's make a decision.
Yeah.
It's not hard.
Okay, I like the decision that continuances are at the call of the chair.
I like that with the addition of it is policy to generally, whatever we had for the first sentence that's already been in there, and then the rest is at the discretion of the chair.
Yeah, so how about, shall be the policy to grant continuance if requested by the complainant for the first time. Additional continuances shall be just, granted at the discretion of the chair. That puts the first one in, and then.
And then do you want to put anything about, I think what Victor's trying to get to is about possibly, closing complaints without prejudice. Do we want to throw that third sentence in or not?
If it's already in our bylaws, does it need to be restated here? Or can we just, if it needs to be restated, can we just copy what's in our bylaws and put it here?
I like that too.
But we also have the closing it without prejudice up above in the scheduling. So I don't know if it has to be said again for a continuance.
There you go. Okay. So
Well,
just
we're not using the term closing without prejudice anymore.
Whatever the wording
Okay.
that member Yankee has
Yeah.
there is fine.
Just those first 2 sentences, right? First time, and then the rest at the discretion.
Chair.
Okay. All right.
Right.
Is everybody okay with that? I see nods all around.
Cheryl, you got
Okay,
that?
great.
No?
Not completely, no.
All right, so
This is number E.
So we're taking.
this is 8 under continuances, starting with C. There should be a policy to grant continuance if requested by the complainant for the first time.
The SOTF chair or in the absence of vice chair.
No, none of that.
No. The next sentence reads.
Next sentence or next bullet.
I think just next sentence, and then we drop D and E.
All right.
Next sentence reads, further continuances are at the discretion of the chair, period.
Yep.
And that's it. And you drop D and you
And
drop
you drop D and E, yeah.
Happy with that?
Well, actually, you mean the same sentence? The
same
further,
Yeah.
okay, that's fine.
So C, first sentence stays
Yeah.
as is. Delete everything below it, and then add further continuances are the
To
discretion.
the end of C.
To the end of C.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, and
All
then strike the rest.
Got it. All right, so that's okay with everybody? Okay, great. I got thumbs up now. Okay, we're going good.
So
All right.
section D is fine.
No,
Section
Section
E.
D and E you delete in its entirety.
Section D is deleted
D and
in
E
its
is gone.
entirety?
D and E are gone, yeah.
Yeah, D and E are gone. Okay, next is public openness and anonymity. All submissions are considered public records and are open for public review. The SOTF will accept anonymous complaints. However, please note the SOTF will not redact submitted documents unless mandated by law. And the amendment is, it is the responsibility of the parties to ensure that all submissions do not include confidential information.
It is the responsibility of all parties to ensure that all submissions, S, do not include confidential information.
That's only the complainant, right? The respondent can't be anonymous.
Yeah,
Right.
it's a complaint.
So it's right?
I agreed.
Well, wait a minute. So, because so the question is this first sentence is specifically talking about anonymous complaints? Because that's not, it's basically says public openness and anonymity. It's not talking about bringing a complaint anonymously per se.
Do we like that word?
It's kind of like I'm feeling that it's a little bifurcated.
So what should this be then?
Maybe anonymous complaints should be the title.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the purpose of public openness means.
Yeah, that I think that's our clerk at work. So this is number 3.
Where is that in our original? Because that's not new. That currently exists. Oh, it is. It's Article B5, public openness and anonymity. All submissions are considered public records open for public review. SOTF will accept anonymous complaints. However, please note, SOTF will not redact submitted documents unless mandated by law. I think that should, public openness. Where that came from.
What's the other term that we hear all the time?
I don't even know what that
assumption
means.
of public in the public domain. What's the legal term?
Say it again.
What's that term we come across all the time? When it's assumed that you know that the documents you submit are going to be in the public domain. There's a little phrase for that. I'm blanking on it. Like when we had the case with the Office of Short-Term Rentals. When you submit something, it's assumed that your address or your email is going to be a public. What's that?
I think it's stated in the first sentence, all submissions are considered public records and are open for public review.
Right.
I don't think you can be more explicit
But what's
than
the
that.
heading supposed to be?
Well, the heading, I think this is,
It's driving, it's explaining that if you want to be anonymous, this is how you go about it.
yeah.
Maybe it should just be anonymous requests?
Anonymous requests, yeah.
Yeah, this is somewhat a description. We don't, the thing with anonymous requests is that we don't have procedures for anonymous requests. And what we end up with is people making anonymous requests and then they show up. Okay, we don't have a process for dealing with their anonymity when they show up. So they're not anonymous anymore. If they call on the phone, okay, and you recognize their voice, they're not quite anonymous anymore, kind of thing. You know, we don't quite have a process specifically for.
But there have been complainants who've filed anonymous and don't use their name when they're here.
That's true. But you can be anonymous. You can show up. I mean, the Brown Act does not require you to sign in to reveal your personal identity. If somebody recognizes you while you're there, it's different. You're in the public domain. But as far as you revealing who you are is not required.
And that's what this is.
I guess that's what it's
saying,
trying to get to. So, but here it's a little different. It's like if the court allowed a party to be anonymous, how would they go about protecting the identity of that party? Does that ever happen? Yeah, it does. Well, we have that case at the federal level. We have that company that remains anonymous that we don't know about. That's part of all that.
Maybe the title should read
so.
public domain and anonymity. All submissions are considered public records and are open public review.
Yeah. Yeah, I would just say take the anonymity out. I think we need to think about how we want the anonymous
that could be a separate
complaints. You know, I think that needs to be a little more well-defined.
What if we just say you are not required to put your name on this form, however, these documents are public?
That's
name or identifying information.
Right. You are all of the fields are optional. You are not required to put your name or any other identifying information. However, whatever you submit will become a public document.
And maybe we do want to say, if you don't want to use your name, write anonymous, do not use
Yes, an alias.
fictional aliases.
Yeah, we must have that in there somewhere.
We could almost take that paragraph, if a complainant, et cetera, however we wordsmith it, and it can go back up under attendance and requirements for complaint procedures, and it could be 1E.
And get rid of this whole section then?
Just take it out there. I mean, we're attendance and requirements for the complainant and respondent, because it is a, put it right here. Because remember, we tried to tack it on here, but we never actually addressed anonymous in here.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying put anonymous in that first section. Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
As
Yeah,
E.
I'd like for us to think about a little bit more about anonymous, because if a person's trying to be anonymous for some reason, what they're trying to do, it doesn't fall under whistleblower yet, but they are approaching that. And because we're such a public body, if there's an ability for a petitioner to remain anonymous, they want to call in, maybe we can provide a service that scramble their, kind of change their voice or something, that kind of thing. Or maybe they wanted to, do a text chat and we can have it up on the screen or something like that. Yeah.
I mean, I think that we should continue this discussion around anonymity, but unless we actually are prepared to build strong enough functionality that we can stand behind the fact that I can't even wrap my head around all the different ways that one could potentially de-anonymize someone, and I feel comfortable saying your name is optional, but this is a public document, and let them figure out what that means, than to suggest that we can come up with a way to actually anonymize them.
Okay.
That what if this somehow relates to a domestic violence issue, and somehow the fact that they're not anonymous results in harm committed to them? I don't think we're prepared to put forward that sort of strong of an anonymous shield.
Okay.
I think, Member Yankee, we kind of closed at this point, didn't we? We kind of tackled this a little bit, but didn't really.
Yeah, I was looking through the minutes. We actually asked Victor to come back to the Rules Committee because we knew this would be with some suggested lengths, we knew this would turn into this, that we needed a little more time to digest this portion of it. So it looks like
That last sentence, though, is interesting. The use of an alias or alternate names on complaints will not be accepted. That's the second part of.
Right, that needs to be there.
Yeah. Are we happy with?
I'm not sure that that's totally workable either, because we have people in this city whose primary name is an alias, and I don't know whether we shouldn't allow. I can't think of any of these people off the top of my head, but
I think we got down to. I remember discussing that you can't use someone else's name who exists and pretend.
Right, but
you can't impersonate.
That's the word.
Yeah, I'm in favor of the impersonate, but I think the alias is too restrictive. If Turbo Ted, the DJ, wants to file a complaint as Turbo Ted, so that people who know who Turbo Ted is know that he's filing the complaint, we should certainly not discourage that.
It's more about impersonation.
Yeah, so maybe that's what we need to say.
And it could be
You
something
can't
like impersonation is against the law and will not be tolerated by this task force or something. Or submitting complaints.
Or just even, you may not impersonate another individual in filing a complaint.
Yeah.
Pretty clean.
Yeah.
Mention the new gender name issues.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, what's next here? Okay, so what's the decision here?
Yeah.
What's the decision here? To
continue thinking about it, or
to continue the anonymity part, or we want to take the suggestion that you put forward?
Could we at least, at number 3, public domain, and then all submissions considered? I think that's all good. And then a second heading could be anonymous complaints. and then that section, if a complainant wishes to remain anonymous, they should list anonymous as their name, use and then a last sentence.
No, I really think that we should
not even touch.
I would like to make a motion to continue the rest of this stuff later, if anyone wants to second that.
I'll second that.
Okay.
All right, so let me just ask, so everything we've just done before, you don't want active for the next meeting?
I mean, it can be in draft form to reconsider at the next meeting, but I don't want to
That's what I'm
vote
trying
on
to get
it.
to. No, I'm trying to get, like, what version, what draft version do we want to take to the next meeting is what I'm trying to get to.
No, we just spent an hour or so on other items that we
not
more or
voting.
less.
Voted on those.
We voted on those.
Can I make a recommendation? I think we're really close on this.
Okay.
If it sounds like Vice Chair Hyland had a good recommendation that people liked regarding. Now I can't remember the term.
Public domain.
Public domain, and there seems to be some opposition to anonymity, but we seem to have consensus about you may not impersonate another individual in submitting a complaint. Can we just simplify it to those things, or are there things that we're cutting out that people are concerned shouldn't be cut out?
Well, I don't think public domain's the right word either, because if you submit something that's copyright material, it's still copywritten, which means that.
So just take out the title. Just put the sentence, all submissions are considered public records or open public review, period. We don't have to give it a title.
Period.
I just want to make a clarification. The vote we did before was on the bylaws.
Right.
This is on the complaint procedure.
We've not moved anything on the complaint procedures, have we?
No, we have not. And so
Okay.
the items on the previous page, on page 285, we've already discussed those and we have not voted on those
Why
yet.
don't we back
so
up to what we have agreed on, take a vote on that, and then just continue this section as.
You guys
That's
are-
what that's what I'm suggesting.
Right.
Fine.
If we're all getting kind of punchy, I
Yes,
would
I
just
think-
say,
So are we continuing the continuance part, or do we make a final rule on that part? Because that's
No, I
No,
think
that's
286.
fine.
Continuing
The
the
continuance
continuance.
part we made decisions on. The part we're going to continue is
Is
anonymity.
after the continuance.
Are we, and forgive me, Cheryl, if this is obvious, but are we tracking the discussion points on the thing that we're not deciding on today, or do we have to start from scratch on that?
On item number 3, we probably have to start from scratch. You guys have had
Or we
Okay.
can,
So people who care,
Yeah.
remember what you said.
Or did we want to send that part back to the Rules Committee?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good.
Because this is a lot of,
Right.
Yes.
that
Right.
was the initial thought anyways,
Okay.
that's what we had asked them to do.
So.
no, wait, okay? Just want everybody to be clear. If you go back to page 285, those items, that's what we're going to be voting on, okay?
And 286, the continuance.
And 286 on the continuance,
correct.
and then we're stopping there,
Correct.
okay?
Yep.
Okay.
So that's the motion.
Wait.
well,
We need probably two separate motions, don't we?
Yeah, we're not going to tackle public openness and anonymity today.
Right.
We're going to sleep on that.
So why do we need two motions then?
We only need one motion.
Okay.
A motion to amend, God, what is that number? Attendance and requirements.
Requirements and continuance.
It's actually Article C7, attendance at the hearing by the complainant and the respondent,
And 8 continuances.
and 8 continuances. And those would be as amended by the notes that were discussed here in the notes that were taken,
Correct.
not necessarily what's on the paper.
Yep.
Okay?
so moved?
Okay, so who's moving it? Moved by Vice Chair
Can
Hyland?
someone it's unfair to ask people to walk through the changes, but I wasn't notating them as we were talking, and
Okay.
I,
So, on page 285.
I'm there.
Okay, in A. Okay, we're adding, and or respondent, period.
So
Actually,
the underline, so that's as adjusted on
Yeah,
the doc.
actually, it retains the original language, because the language, there's some languages changed there. It's the actual original language that currently exists because they didn't, this copy doesn't have the original language. That's actually not correct, what's there.
So how am I supposed to see what I'm voting on?
So you look, go to the website, bring up the complaint procedure. It's under documents. And then scroll down to C7. And those are the two sections. 7 and 8 is what we're talking about right now.
Okay,
This presentation is not helpful, to be honest with you.
Do you want me to redraft it?
Well,
discuss it with
you
rules,
don't
and
you
then-
don't put in language that doesn't exist and then not notate it as being amendments or edits. That's kind of not right. So you take the original document, put it into Word format, do track changes, and print it out that way. That's really the best way to do it. Or just use the standard, the way legislation gets amended, that kind of way. All right, so you got it, Josh?
I mean, I have that document in front of me.
Okay, so scroll down to C7.
Okay.
Okay, attendance at the hearing by the complainant and the respondent. So A is the same as... It's 1, change the 1 to a 7. So it's 7A on the other document that we've been reading from tonight. Okay? And we're just adding to the end and or respondent. So, however, at the discretion of the SOTF or its committees, accommodations may be made to accommodate special needs, circumstances, or requests of the complainant and or respondent. You don't see it?
I mean, I see it. It's really hard to not be able to just read the draft form of what we're voting on. Like, I would feel more comfortable with these changes being made and reintroduced in the language and then voting on that.
Okay. So do you want, so the question I have is, are there any parts of this complaint procedure that we want active between, it'll be 2 months from now, that they'll be active, pretty much active?
I feel much more, I mean, we can vote on it and I'll vote no because I don't feel comfortable about it, but like it's fine either way. I feel more comfortable knowing what I'm voting on than...
Well, your contributions are absolutely, helpful. I don't want you to fall on your sword that way. It's not necessary. I'm just saying that if there is a specific section that needs to be fixed today, that's either in this attendance part or in the continuances part that we want to have active immediately, today is the day to do it. And we should try to forge through it as best as we can for what we feel is important. That's all I'm at.
If anyone else feels the urgency on that, I clearly feel more urgency on having this parsable.
Okay. That's fine. I mean, that's the way I want to, at least present it. Otherwise, sure, if we feel that there's in either of these two, it's not necessary to have them active for the next month or so, then let's continue the whole thing and go home.
I think that's Member Wolf's prerogative.
Preference.
Yeah, if he wants to hold it, we have to hold it.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I'm fine voting on it, and I'm going to vote no because I don't feel
I mean,
like I understand
I don't think
but...
we should put you in that position, though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're trying to work on this together.
Okay.
So.
Let's just continue the whole
Right, I made the motion to continue it a while ago, yeah, and then it
Okay,
was
I'll second.
seconded.
Yeah, let's have it all come back properly notated so we can do a side by
Okay.
side.
Great, thanks.
Of course.
All right. So motion is to continue the whole thing, just the complaint procedure, edits. Any public comment? There is no public. No public comments closed. Sorry?
Josh will.
Josh Wolf, second by Member Kanata. All right, and this is just operational. Can we take this without objection?
Yep.
Seeing no objection. Okay, great. Let's call the next item.
Election, number 9, election of Sunshine Ordinance Task Force officers per Article 3, officers and duties, Section 5 of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force bylaws.
Okay. Oh, yeah, you can go. You can go if you want. It's up to you.
He's enjoying it.
I saw his bag.
Yeah, we're not necessarily dismissing you, but it's your prerogative.
We might elect him as one of the. Better leave.
All right, so elections.
And these
We
are
have
good for 2 years? These?
1 year.
1 year.
They're annual.
Did we do this last year?
I don't think, yeah, I don't remember.
I don't think we did.
We elected the same slate last year.
Yeah, I think we did.
We did do it. We did elect the same. We
Yeah.
elected the same slate.
We did? So
Yeah.
we do it every year
Do
in
it's annual.
May, right, usually? Or April?
Generally,
It's
supposed to be
definitely
the
moved
meeting,
around month.
the meeting after the appointments.
The re-ups, right?
Yeah. Though I have not been re-upped, but that's
You're on the odd.
Orders.
You're on the odd.
I'm the off year, yeah.
Right.
The 1 year off.
The
Yeah.
1 year off.
And it's
Okay.
gonna take a while, so go ahead. Go ahead and do it.
All right, so election of officers, the bylaws, just a simple paragraph. The officers shall be elected at the first regular meeting of the task force held after April 27th of each year, which is when the appointments are supposed to be, or at a subsequent meeting, the date of which shall be fixed by the task force at its first regular meeting after the April 27th of each year.
Not to exceed 120 days.
If any task force office becomes vacant, the office shall be filled at the first meeting after the vacancy. There are only 2 offices, there's chair and vice chair. So. Opening up for nominations, or nominate yourself, or what have you.
Second that.
Okay.
Did we check in with our nominee? Or?
I did.
Doesn't have a choice.
Nobody wants to posthumously, whatever that word is.
I don't think that's the right word, actually.
No, that's not the right word.
Okay.
If you're suggesting that it will be, if you do it a third term, then we can reconsider, but no, that's not the
No
right word.
term limits or anything? You can serve a certain number? Okay. I'll accept the
You can always
nomination.
vote no, and then we'll
Thank you.
make you do it anyway.
Right. No, that's fine. I appreciate
A
your,
bylaw for that.
I appreciate your thoughts, your confidence.
We should
in
take
me.
a vote on that, though, right? For the
I
record?
really do. Huh?
We take a vote on it for the record? Should we?
Absolutely. Yeah,
Okay.
you must. Must
All
take
right.
must do that.
Can you vote on it?
Yeah, I can vote for myself.
All right.
I can not vote for myself, you know. Actually, there's that whole big discussion around abstentions is an interesting thing.
The vote?
Yeah. Make me last.
Yeah. Member Martin?
Aye.
Member Martin, aye. Member Kanata?
Aye.
Member Kanata, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Wolf?
I'm.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Tesfaye?
Aye.
Tesfaye, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Kate? Aye. Member Kate, aye. Member Hinsey?
Aye.
Member Hinsey, aye. Member Highland?
Pass. Aye. I'm just kidding.
Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Okay. You
Right.
are
Thank you.
chair of the task force. Now we have to vote on vice chair.
Okay. And for vice chair,
Lulam was interested at one time. No.
I reduce our time. Anybody?
Very open to handing over to anyone that wants. It's
Happy to.
I'll nominate myself for vice chair.
Okay.
If there's a second.
Sure, I'll second that.
Okay. So, moved by member Josh Wolf nominating himself, seconded by member Kanata. Shall we vote? There was no public comment. We didn't call public comment. No public has been here for the past hour or so. Let's just note that for the record.
yeah.
Ready for the vote?
Yeah.
Member Wolf? Member Wolf?
Oh, aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Kanata?
Aye.
Member Kanata, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Martin?
Aye.
Member Martin, aye. Member Tesfaye?
Aye.
Member Tesfaye, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Kate? Member Kate, aye. Member Hensy?
Aye.
Don't sound.
Member Hensy, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye.
Now, you know,
So Josh Wolf
you
is
know
now vice
that
chair.
your default for absences on committees and stuff like that.
Default for
You generally, when there are absences that cannot be filled for committees in order to fill them, either one of us fills those seats.
I like how he's telling you after the vote.
I'm out of town 2 weeks of the month at this point, so that's a little tricky. But if it's the weeks that I'm here, I'll be here.
We'll work with you.
Okay.
Public comment on the. Do we need public comment on
No,
that?
there is no
I already
public.
asked for public comment.
Okay, sort of in between.
Notated there as
You already took the vote.
Very good.
so-
All right.
past hour.
Congrats.
Okay, very good. Next item.
Reports from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Committees. Complaints
Okay.
Committee.
Blanks Committee, any?
Had it about a week ago. It was fine.
Okay.
Nothing too crazy.
Okay, compliance amendments?
We're meeting in 2 weeks.
Nothing to report?
I
Okay.
sent him the agenda, so.
Okay, great. EOT?
I was not present at the last meeting, so if someone who was able to
I
fill in
chaired
for me
that
can.
as vice chair. I chaired that meeting for you.
Reciprocation is due.
Yes.
His way, yeah.
Actually, it was quite a good meeting. We got a lot of good stuff done. I think part of what we did was the whole Dente Tedeschi.
Yes.
This sheriff's notice in his hand, so hopefully he can show up, and that came out of that. And I think there's a couple other items we pushed to.
Yeah,
to
I think we reassigned all of our items actually
to
to other.
Is being forwarded to compliance and amendments for review of the documents that he's supposed to be receiving.
right. I think we
And
forwarded.
as as we left, Ms. Powers said that there were probably less than 400 documents still to turn over.
Excellent.
So she's turned over like 14,000 pages
Yeah.
so far.
There are a couple of time-sensitive items, though, that we referred
To the next.
to other chairs to consider taking on at their next meetings, just to keep the flow moving.
I got an email from Mr. Smith today asking that both his complaints be heard before the task force again instead of in committee. He just sent it to me today, so what do you guys think?
Are these new complaints?
No, these are the complaints that we were going to hear on compliance and amendments, and I let him know that I had drafted an agenda, including those two matters. And he emailed me back saying he would prefer that it just get pushed to the task force.
Are they brand new complaints?
No.
I
These
mean,
are-
have we heard them before?
Yeah.
So they're continued?
No, one of them.
They were referred back to committee?
These are
Yes.
ODs that are not being complied with.
Oh, okay.
I believe I read that right.
Yeah, his first complaint against the Fine Arts Museums regarding documents that hadn't been turned over.
Mm-hmm.
They're almost done turning everything over. They've been providing indices and thumb drives to him on a regular basis.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, they have less than 400 documents still to review.
Oh, great.
His Saudi complaint, which is 18083, he's received no financial records from the museum at all. So I think that's why he wanted to push it towards the task force instead of committee. And today he sent me an email outlining a new complaint regarding Diane Wilsey, is that her name?
Dee Dee Wilsey.
Dee Dee Wilsey, yeah. And
Or Diane, is that?
Diane, yeah. So that was received today. I haven't really had a chance to open the matter yet, but I did see the complaint.
Okay. All right. Speaking of which, while we're on EOT, we're going to need a new chair, since our chair is now the vice chair of the task force. So if somebody's interested in stepping up to do that, I'm happy to assign you, appoint you to that.
Actually, that brings up a good point. I think Cheryl was going to reconfirm who's on first, who's on second on all the committees, because I think there's still some confusion.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Can I make a comment on that?
Yeah.
I was interested in, education, outreach, and training, if the time of the meeting could be moved to be moved to when the complaints committee was meeting.
Oh, okay.
Because the other days of the month I have my League of Women Voters board meeting. And so I didn't realize it was a conflict.
Well, the committee can take that up.
Well, I mean, we can't move it to the time of the complaint committee because they need to use the room.
Right.
So, I'm just going to put this out there. That might be the only time that the complaint committee can meet as well,
Okay.
depending on their membership. So,
all right.
Well, it also depends on when we have the room reserved.
The rooms.
well, I'm saying we have the room at that time, but right now complaint committee uses it
For the
at that
whole,
time.
how many hours do we have it? that day?
I don't know the number of hours, I just know that.
But I mean, Tuesday 5:30 to 7:30 is when complaint committee meets. I know
And
that
when do you want it?
I want it at that. I want EOTC at the time only because the day that EOTC meets is during the League of Women Voters meeting that I have after work, and so I can never make it.
Who's chair of complaints? Do you mind switching days?
You can think about it too and look at your calendar.
Yeah, I think the calendar. I mean, my calendar. I have to figure that out.
You have to figure out with your other committee members too.
Yeah.
See if they can
So-
make it.
And the room might be open at a different time. That's
Well, one of the
advantageous.
things.
We only have it 2 days a week.
A period?
Per
3 days a month.
3
2
days a month.
for
Yeah.
committee meetings.
So you're talking about swapping days with the OTC and?
Yeah.
Would
Well-
if that were to happen with the complaint committee, so 4 o'clock is, I'm on the complaint committee, 4 o'clock is rough to do twice a month, or more, rather. And I don't know if we can, if the AOTC has the ability to meet at 5:30 versus 4, if it's like a room availability issue, then.
Yeah, I can meet at
then I'll say
5:30.
no.
Yeah, I get it. I totally get it. And I can also just not be on the committee. I don't want the whole committee to hinge on me.
All right, well,
you know.
why don't you guys communicate with each
Like
other?
Chris Highland
and-
could take Josh's spot since they're swapping vice chair too. I just wanted to put
Wait,
that
what
out there.
committee are you on?
I'm on CAC and rules right now.
And when do those meet?
Rules is ad hoc.
Rules
We'll
is-
get to that.
And CAC it's actually switched now. It's even months, right?
It's even.
Yeah, it's
Well,
even months. I
and
just
I
have-
On
think-
Tuesdays?
On the
Tuesdays.
third Tuesday.
Well, one of the things that Victor and I talked about was making compliance and amendments a regular meeting instead of alternating between EOTC and compliance, because we've had so many cases
A lot.
that have been referred to compliance and other committees that it's been hard for people to catch up.
Need
And-
another committee that meets
Well,
monthly.
if compliance and amendments could meet regularly once a month, and then complaint committee after that the following week, it would ease the flow of the complaints actually
Two
coming through to
complaint
people.
committees a month.
Two complaint committees a
No,
month?
two
No.
committee
No, not
meetings.
the complaint committee, 2 committees hearing complaints a month.
Yes.
That's why I'm sorry.
So can I propose something?
Yeah.
Maybe Cheryl can create like a table with our names on one side and then the possible times and availability of the room, and then we can email you to fill it in. Because right now, this is just doesn't make, this conversation is not very constructive.
Right.
Well, that's the other thing I wanted to do was confirm what committees people are on. That's why I brought this chart with me.
I'm looking at the website. Is that up to date?
It was as of 6 months ago when I put it up.
All right, so let's just real quick, let's
Right.
see let's do a roster call here.
All right, complaint committee, I've got Rodman, Martin, Matthew, Kate, and Fiona has been filling in.
Who am I filling? Am I filling in for somebody on a consistent basis there?
It's got your name on the website too, so it
Yeah,
seems to.
Fiona was on the committee. I mean,
Well,
unless
no,
she's filling in for herself.
but I requested to bow out for compliance and
Got it,
amendments.
got it.
Well, who else would like to participate then? What about Lila? Do you want to do that?
I thought I was on compliance and amendments.
See,
And with the current schedule, I'm happy with it.
Me too.
Been slipping through the cracks.
And I would even if it goes to monthly, like that time works for me. Like I can do a 4 o'clock on a Tuesday.
Could I propose something else that we've done in the past to have? I mean, do we need a? I mean, we used to piggyback complaints behind another one, and that would rotate. So, let's say complaint amendments, and then you'd have. I mean, we're hearing complaints anyway.
Because then that would work for.
Do we need to have
Hear a couple of complaints in addition. Do compliance and amendments and hear a couple complaints.
Right.
That's that how it has been.
That's how it's always been.
Sometimes, but we now also have the separate complaints committee that's also acting on the rest of the balance of the.
Well, the way it's designed is everything is supposed to begin with the complaints committee.
Right.
And if there's any overflow, because we get backed up, they go into the other committees.
We're experiencing a lot of backup. I mean, I must have gotten 7 complaints last week, and I've already gotten 5 this week. And it's
Okay,
been-
so that's the overflow needs to happen. What Cheryl's asking for is that one committee, namely the Compliance and Amendments Committee, to meet monthly and not every other month to pick up the slack.
And then if we get through the backlog, then do we go back to every other month?
You can I don't have any
You
problem
gotta
with
let
that.
me know that.
So where would that extra?
So I could put it on the calendar and on the website.
Because right now we have this room on the 3rd and 4th Tuesday, right, of each month,
Each month, yes.
and every 4th is the complaint committee that meets monthly, and then the other 2 flip flop.
Well, they have been in the past, but we're
So
asking that.
Where would the extra meeting? Do we have
When
space?
would we schedule EOTC in that process?
EOTC is the 3rd Tuesday, as is compliance and amendments.
Can we adopt member testify's suggestion and have Cheryl create a grid? And we can,
All right.
actually, Josh and I will mull it over and we'll contact the chairs and have them, kind of let it trickle down.
Sure.
But we do it that way. Yeah. Okay.
Wait, doesn't that end up looking like a serial meeting that way, though?
No, because we're not making decisions. We're just doing.
We're just reporting back
Scheduling.
to
Yeah,
Cheryl.
So
scheduling.
scheduling is an exception to that?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
Admin
It's
work.
not a substantive decision.
So looking at the website,
Yeah.
I have never attended an EOTC meeting, and that's where I'm listed, but I
Right.
have been attending compliance and
Yeah,
amendments.
so we need to update. We're out of compliance of some ordinance.
Very good.
Somewhere. Okay.
Okay, the question I have for Fiona is, we're going to meet for rules this month?
Well, that was the goal. So the goal was to meet after every other compliance and amendments meeting to make rules kind of more regular, and that would be this month. So if we have content, and it sounds like we do, we can go ahead and have a meeting. The only thing is, I think our meeting was supposed to be the 13th, and it hasn't been noticed yet. So I don't think.
We have
we
8
have
days.
a
You have 8
3-day
days.
notice requirement.
Yeah.
don't we? Sorry, I was
3-day notice.
getting that confused with Bagley Keene.
10 days.
Go ahead. We can go ahead and meet in June. I think we have enough to cover.
Ariel? Okay.
Okay, great.
And just to circle back, remember Yankee? Didn't you end up volunteering when we had the retreat? Weren't you a chair of something? You were.
I said if you need people for IT.
To fill in.
For IT.
IT,
Okay.
but
And that
we
hasn't
haven't-
happened yet.
we
Okay.
haven't
I knew it was
used
something.
for
Which I've got news on that, so you'll have something to
did?
do.
So, Chris, are you still staying on for this month compliance and amendments? Is that?
You might as well, since we have a rules meeting.
Just short term, think about the very next meeting. After that, Let's not think beyond that.
Potentially.
Let me create a grid. If you guys could
We have
respond
a-
by like Monday.
We have a rules committee meeting as well, so can you make that?
To be determined.
Okay.
The other question
I'm
I was
on
gonna-
rules too. When we looking at for rules? Just so I know.
13th.
At what time?
So a Thursday.
So not the 18th.
Oh, I don't know. She said the 13th.
Okay.
Yeah, she said the 13th. Is that right?
That's the
Sorry,
rules, though,
it's
not
the-
compliance and amendments.
I said the 18th, I'm sorry.
It's
I
the
meant the
18th.
18th.
18th, okay.
18th at what time?
When is compliance and amendments?
4:30.
4:30?
Yeah, I will not be there for that, actually.
So we can do 4 for compliance and amendments if that helps with the follow-up.
Do you want to follow up or do you want to proceed?
I think I want to follow up, but yeah. If you don't mind.
So after CAC, you'll have your meeting?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I can do that. So I'm assuming we're like 5:30,
Yeah.
something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Great.
Yeah, count me in for that.
Perfect. Speaking of rules committee, is there anything to report other than what we did
other
today?
Than we having a meeting in 2 weeks? No.
Okay, great.
Then Cheryl, anything that you want considered on the agenda, and we'll get that
Great.
together.
For information and technology, I've been combing the tech consultants that are connected with the city about putting together or finding somebody who will build a database searchable platform for us for our orders of determination. And
nice.
I did find somebody. It's a company called Exegy, and I had tried my best to get them to come today to do a presentation. And it would be just like, this is what we do, this is what's possible. I don't know if we'd need to go out to RFP. I don't know how all that would work with regarding to us, but we obviously can't be waiting around for the clerk's system to get finished. We've been, dealing with that for 2 years now. So I'm saying right now is budget time.
Yep.
Okay? And the budget, actually, unfortunately, the budget will probably have to be approved by the end of the month.
Yep, July 1st.
So, unfortunately, they couldn't be here tonight. I had asked them to give me kind of a roundabout, and I told them exactly what we needed. They weren't able to do that. So they just a couple of days ago, they sent me just a brochure. And with this, they did put together somewhat of they say it's a draft proposal, but it's, I didn't see any actual dollar amount in here. Yeah, so it's just their kind of standard. So I don't know what to do at this point, except if we could approve Josh and I to meet with the clerk and to try and instigate something so that we can get some money put aside. What I can do is at least contact these folks and get some sort of dollar amount of what it might cost. And we can, kind of request that money either through an add back through the budget or be part of the clerk's budget coming up.
Could we possibly call an ad hoc IT meeting, and they could come to the IT meeting?
We
instead of coming
can,
today?
but I'm concerned that the budget will need to be approved by June 30th.
Okay.
And this is now June. And
Okay.
so this is my first opportunity to have been able to get somebody. I mean, this company did the Dahlia system, which is the city's housing portal, and so it's quite extensive as far as managing a lot of data and an extensive platform. So but they don't give any pricing on it, which is really, that's what really bothersome to me. So
I mean, this is basically like we're asking them to set aside enough that'll cover it, and then we'll actually be asking for the specific money later. So this is just about earmarking the money?
Earmarking the dollar amount.
So it should be fairly easy to call the vendor and be like, this is what we want to do. I want your top amount that it would possibly cost to do it on a budget, and then that's how much we'll ask to set aside.
That's what I asked them for, but that's not what I got.
That's not what
So, unfortunately.
If you can reach the salesperson on the phone, you can usually get...
Yeah, I'm in touch with them by email.
So-
They're pretty quick on that.
Do you need a motion to do
I
this?
would, I would say it would be good to have it be sanctioned, because we've not gotten to, at least to this point, and we want some action. And so it'd be good to at least go to them with the intent of the task force that this be, this be done. So.
What are the rules about, I think you mentioned RFPs, and I mean, what's the bidding?
Well, that's why,
requirements and
right, so
what we can do before.
well, what I'm saying is that would come after. Right now, we're trying to earmark the money for this particular function, and then how that gets processed comes later. Because if it's going to be separate from the clerk, then they're probably going to say, yeah, it's a city project, city money. It's going to, if it's more than X thousands of dollars, it's got to go through an RFP. Can't be sole sourced, that kind of thing. So then the reason why I went to this company is because they're already doing work for the city. So because they're already in the contractor pool, there may be some ability for them to do it without having to go through a more extensive process. They may have already kind of created a separate kind of process for such things.
And so the motion would be to basically authorize you all to, you and Member Yankee, to investigate basically options.
Well, we need to make a recommendation like this week. As far as recommendations, that could come later. But right now, it's just a matter of getting a dollar amount. And having the approval of the task force to go to the clerk and say, we want to do this, we want this much money, we found a vendor that might be interested. If the process is something different than us choosing a vendor, then let's do that, but this has to happen, because for sake of a better term, we have to light a fire under this. It's not, otherwise it's never going to happen. We've been waiting too long, and we've been very patient, and I don't think it's helping us at all, not having the ability for you folks who are actually, some of you are new to this whole process. How do you review past history? There's only so much institutional history I can bring forward myself. So, and some of the other folks who have been here over the past few years. So, and since we have a new administrator, there's also limited institutional history there too, and new legal counsel. It's just, everything's new. So that would be it. So I, would entertain a motion.
I'll move to have you request a budget allocation. For a system, for a vendor or a system to provide a searchable service for our orders of determination.
I'll second.
Okay, so moved by Member Yankee, seconded by Member Hinsey. Is there any public comment? Seeing no public comment, since it's financial, I would prefer if it would be a roll call vote. If we can call a roll.
So would this be part of the chair's report? Is this what you're doing?
No,
This is information
this is
technology.
Ad hoc
information.
and IT.
Yeah. It's just in the committee kind of area report, but it's part of that IT. We haven't had a meeting, so I can't really call it
All right,
committee
Member
report.
Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Hinsey?
Aye.
Member Hinsey, aye. Member Martin?
Aye.
Member Martin, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Tesfaye?
Aye.
Member Tesfaye, aye. Kanat is absent. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Kate? Member Kate, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye.
Motion passes. Okay, so that'll be some work that Josh and Member Yankee and I will do. Okay, that'd be great. Okay, next item, and let's try to wrap
Chair's
this up.
report,
So it's
item
my report.
11.
Okay, so the letters have been delivered. Thank you, Cheryl. She hand-delivered to not just ethics, but to the DA and to the Board of Supervisors. And made sure
DA was by email and first class.
email. Okay, but everybody got it. Magic Johnson got it. Magic Altman, I mean. Sorry.
I was like, wow, we
Forgive
went.
me, Magic.
Everyone got it.
It's late. I'm sorry.
Jordan got it.
But so everybody now has it. It's in the public domain, and we'll do a follow up. We'll give them a week or so, and we'll start checking in with them to see what their response is. Not let them sit on it for too long. Thank you again for your vote of confidence. I appreciate it, or vote of condolence. I don't know what it is. If there's anything, pressing, whatever, obviously my door is open. If you feel there's a need for another kind of orientation or retreat for something, you want to have just an open discussion about something, outside of this venue. Yeah, sure. Feel free. I don't have much else to report other than that right now. Okay. All right, so let's move to the next item.
That would be the staff report, item number 12. It's pretty clear. Item number 1 is pretty clear. It's tentative hearings. I did the alternating hearings between compliance and amendments and EOTC because we hadn't discussed this. But just to clarify, and I am tired, is compliance and amendments now going to meet once a month? Is that what we decided?
I don't think we've decided as yet.
Yeah.
And
Deciding that they're going to meet. We're deciding that they're going to meet monthly until the backlog is
all right.
calms down.
Okay. Petitions and complaints submitted. We have a list. Ray Hartz has been filing minutes complaints against President Yee and the clerk of the board. He's filed, I think, 5 at this point for each one of those parties.
Wow.
And we got, that was, at the time that I did this report, that was May 30th. Pending petitions and complaints. Interesting, we haven't gotten anything new from Ms. Trabeau, AKA Ann Lacey. But we have gotten a huge increase in the number of complaints in the last 2 weeks. So.
Are they all from known parties? Are they?
No, many of them are not. Justin Barker, he has a complaint against the zoo. I've never heard his name before.
Okay.
There are several people.
But we don't think we have any and tricky in disguise complaints.
No, not that I know of.
And Tricky is actually Arts Commission.
Oh, I'm.
Arts
But
Commission
I know what you meant.
is both.
It's late.
Well-
They're both and then a tra sound.
She
up there
does,
with Magic
there is a
Johnson.
Liz Arbus complaint that is up.
Go to, I think.
So, petitions and complaints referred from
Magic
task
cookie.
force to committee. As I said, Mr. Smith has requested that his 2 complaints be heard before the SOTF, but they are going to compliance and amendments. I just got that request today. Pending issues, pretty clear. Communications, we've received no letters, but the list of emails that I got past month from people is also included.
Can I ask you a quick question? this pertains to a previous case. And it's something that former Vice Chair Highland had sent
hurts.
around.
That hurts.
That there was at EOT, there was a request to the sheriff regarding training instructions on ADA law. Did you receive that?
Yes, I did. I did receive it.
Is that in the file? For
No,
today?
it's not in the file because I just received it today.
I see. Okay, great. So,
So I have copies for everyone. I made
Okay.
copies. I gave Mr. Tedeschi his copy.
okay, great. Can you make sure everybody gets that?
I can email it to
Yeah,
everybody.
but
that's no problem. But I
okay.
also have hard copies here if people
Right.
would
Oh, okay.
that.
It should probably go into the public record too.
Yeah.
Okay. Put it in the public record. Anyway, that's pretty much it.
All right, I just want to let you know that I have received communications from Anne Trabeau. So yes. So there is a voice or there's a person there with regards to that. And actually, her communication to me on that, she wanted a communication to be submitted as part of the Clark versus the Arts Commission case today that we heard. She wanted that to be put in as part of the record.
It was in there. I saw
It
it.
was in there.
Oh, you did?
I
But-
asked Victor about it, whether we should include it, and he said put it in with all the general correspondence.
But for that case?
I
There's
asked him
general
about it.
correspondence attached to every
No,
case?
Part of the case, but behind, we have a list of things, the complaint, the summary, the city attorney memo, complainants, supporting documents, respondents supporting documents, and then behind all that is like general correspondence, example, notice to respondent, notice of hearing, that sort of thing.
Yeah, but not from third parties, not
I asked
attached.
Victor about it, and he said to include
You know,
it.
please ask me about that. I would appreciate that because I did not want that to be part of that record. If it's part of your administrator's report, as part of extraneous, other communications, that's where it belongs. Nobody can ask to be part of somebody's case or be part of their record like that. Absolutely not. Only the parties get to do that. I don't think that's appropriate for them people to inject themselves into other people's business like that.
But doesn't that kind of parallel with the written version of speaking on behalf of the complainant or the respondent?
Right. In a way, that's true. I mean, it's if she wants to be, or if anybody wants to be a person or witness, but they have to show up and declare that. It's not just send here. I want this attached to this person's case. They just can't attach themselves to a case. Otherwise, it's just general communications, and the general communications are public, and they can be provided. So, if that person says, I submitted a general communication to the Sunshine Task Force, you should be aware of it because it pertains to your case, great. It's available in that way. But I don't think that a person who is not party to a case has the ability to attach themselves by sending communications to it and have it be part of that case's record. I mean, this was part of the case of with Mr. Black's case, his first case, when he asked for what is the relationship of the foundation and that other third party from the museums, and he wasn't able to get it. Well, Rick Nee, after he was here, he contacted them directly. He got that document the day after. Okay, and what I was going to do was, because we haven't finished with that case yet, is to have all of you decide whether we should include that, because he's outside of it. He even said that. He's like, you guys should decide whether you want to include this or not. I was able to get it. So he can submit it as general communications in fact, he did, as general communications. We could take it up because now it's in our domain, and attach it to the case. We can do that.
In her, yeah, I'm looking at the document. In her defense, she says, I'm requesting that this email be made available to the Sunshine Task Force board members. That's
Right.
how it was.
Right, for the above hearing on
Right.
June 5th. Right, so if you just make it as part of your regular correspondence record and it's part of the agenda, then we all have it. We're reading it over the weekend. So that's all. I just feel that it's inappropriate for people to inject themselves on other people's cases like that. Because then they think that they can be party to it. I think there needs to be some separation. If you think otherwise, I'm open for.
I'd be interested in having a discussion about that. That's not at the tail end of the meeting, because I think there's some definite pros and cons, but it could elongate, and it's not on our agenda anyhow.
Yeah, and I'd be happy to take part in that conversation, or like a procedure we could have where they could maybe, I don't know, a motion would have to be made
Yeah.
or something like that, so that we can determine whether it should be.
That could be a
Exactly.
rules item.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not just inserted, so.
Yeah, no, exactly, and that's why I said if they present it as general communications and it's in for that month, it's there for us to take it and we can do exactly what you're saying in that way. I just felt it was inappropriate for this case the way she presented it to me. I'm sorry. Continue.
That's it.
Okay.
Last item on the agenda is adjournment.
There's one before that. There's announcements still. And I was going to
Oh,
point
you
out
have one?
real quickly that it's kind of snuck up on us, but our next meeting is July 3rd.
Yeah.
Is it realistic to assume we're going to be here till 10 p.m. on the Wednesday before July 4th?
I am going to be out of town.
I will also be out of town.
I'll be here.
I'll be out of town as well.
I'll be out of town as well. So I just thought I'd bring
it
this up
doesn't
with
look-
this.
We just
It doesn't look
hit
like we might
the
not
have
have
to get 100% votes to pass them thing on the July
Right.
meeting based on who just said they were out of town.
And the question then becomes, do we want to postpone the meeting to the following
August.
meeting date? No. To the following day that we have this room.
Be the third Tuesday of the month.
Well, if we want to keep up with the backlog, we're going to need to do it.
All
The
right,
backlog's
I mean,
in-
we don't have anything, we don't have this room the second or third, the second week of the month? Oh.
I think maybe have Cheryl collect a straw poll from everyone, see where we're
Yeah.
at. Seems like a fair amount. I'm not going to be here.
Well, we just counted 4.
Okay.
So-
LaHood, Highland, who else?
Me.
Tesfaye.
And possibly
Rod
Kenyatta, we don't know.
Martin. So we have 4. We don't know if Frank, will make it or not.
Isn't our backlog in complaints right now
There is.
rather
And
than actual cases to be heard? Is that where the
Well,
weight is?
if there's a backlog of complaints, then they're going to move forward.
Right.
Right? So, I don't know, maybe see if there is a cancellation for the room on the second week of the month after the 4th. And we'll figure it out that way.
I mean, if Cheryl does a straw poll, maybe we can see if we can. But then we'd have to cancel the other meeting. That was the thing.
Well, we'll just switch. I mean, if you had a committee meeting on July 3rd, it won't go till 10 o'clock. You'll be here for an hour. You can do it that way.
So, okay.
Yeah, that's why I was suggesting is just flipping it from one of the committee days that we currently have.
So we'd
this
have a
room
committee
reserved.
meeting.
Third Tuesday of the month.
So we'd have a committee meeting on the Wednesday.
July 3rd?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
On the 3rd, July 3rd.
I think those same committee members might not be here for that.
Yeah,
either.
that's.
Yeah.
Although we could easily come up with
All right.
3, hopefully.
All right, let's take this offline. We'll talk together. Cheryl, Josh, and I will try to figure it out.
Okay.
And we'll let you guys know. And if we have to do a straw poll, we'll do that. Not a straw poll, but we'll ask you guys. Getting too tired. All right,
It's like a doodle, but there's only two choices.
last item. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Moved by Member Kate, second by Member Highland. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Yo.
Opposed? We are adjourned.
Everybody.
Thank you.
Told Fiona's parents this will be over in an hour, 3 hours ago. I can't even show my face.
They're out there, yeah.
I know. I got to take a separate exit. So embarrassed.
It's all right. We'll see you.
Every time
we'll
I tell
see,
them that, it backfires.
We'll see you in the elevator, and they'll have me run you over or something.
But I'm just trying to figure out.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with you actually, because I gotta. Someone grab the door.
Down one.
So either you or I will have to show up to that meeting.
All right, let me double check my schedule because right now I'm going to be at a wedding until the night of the 16th in Southern California.
It's my brother's birthday, but I think we'll probably wait till the weekend when we're with our folks.
Yeah, let me just figure out what my schedule looks like because I don't really want to drive all night to get to the meeting.
Are you going down south?
I'll be in LA through Sunday night and then.
No, I found a new cheap airline applies out of Burbank. You don't have to go through the main terminal. It's called Jet Suite. And it's a, I think it's a JetBlue product. But it's on a small, business plane.
What are you paying for?
You pay like Southwest prices. It's like a suite or Jet Suite or something like that. I'll look it up and
I'll take a look at that,
Yeah,
but
I've been getting my staff to take me as they lament every time I have to go through LA airport.
yeah, I mean, getting someone to pick me up in Burbank is not necessarily easy because
Maybe go somewhere else. What other small airports? You use John Wayne?
Ontario is basically the only place my mother will go, and that's who I'm visiting. I'm going south.
Got it. Okay.
And with Craigslist rideshare, you can manage to like not cost anything. You just got to post it enough, and you're like committing to like being with 3 strangers for 7 hours.
I know. I used to do that. I used to also do the green tortoise thing.
The producer of the Pointer Sisters I met on a Craigslist rideshare.
Oh, really? That's fun.
Probably the most interesting rideshare person I've met so far.
Sure. All right, man. Thanks, man.
Have a good night.
Yep.
Looking forward to ride sharing all the job on that one.
Yeah, Cheryl, I'm probably going to have a meeting with Angela soon, and, I'll also with Victor. And I'm not comfortable with people making decisions around me and not including me. And I appreciate your needing, to go to your colleagues for advice and whatnot, but to me, it feels like it's giving them way too much license to run the show here, and I'm not comfortable with that. And when Victor was here, that a lot of that stopped, because that's what a lot of that was. There was some need during the years that there was so much backlog to kind of get things expedited, really in a different way. We're not needing that now. Between he and I trying to, pulling things together before you came, there was no need to continue that process. So I just, Angela returned my email, and she said, I'm not doing what you think I'm doing. I wanted just looking at something over on form, not a problem. But she says, yes, we should catch up, meet and catch up, and so that kind of thing.
But you also mentioned that you wanted to meet with me on Fridays.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it really is just just regular busy work. If there's anything I can help with, or and for me, it just gives me some encapsulated time to focus on Sunshine, because for me it's like catch as catch can. I get home, I'm pooped. It's really hard for me to sit and read through. And several dozen emails from folks, and try to pay attention to all the very pertinent stuff. I was really a little annoyed by what Tedessa did, what Denta did, by sending all those back-to-back emails, and all of them. And I wasn't quite sure whether they were being included in the.
You sent me 10 emails?
I know I got them too. He CC'd me.
Yeah, and I included everything.
I appreciate that because I was prepared to do is to say, you just barraged us with a bunch of stuff. The task force hasn't even seen that, and we're going to need some time to review all of it. But obviously, it didn't even get that far. So, unfortunately, bad. I think if he took on one of those items that were in there, it probably would have gone a lot better with him. Not enough of it got considered, so I think there's some ability to bifurcate some of that stuff. I think you can do it again, but do it in a different way. There's the 6712 one is really the one that's